order.
Years to get it past the assembly.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Traney.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Mr. Dyson. Here. Ms. Wemhoff.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Mr. McGee, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there minutes to approve? No. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report?
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Under Assembly Chair's report, I just wanted to let the members know the clerk and I, Vice Chair Rivera, have been working both on a proposal to bring before you on rules on quasi-judicial proceedings and how we separate those and handle those better. It's when we move from legislating to judging a particular, usually a license, different rules should apply. We'll try and bring those forward over the next couple of months. And then a proposal also on how we handle the addendum and lay it on the table and what's the difference between those two. So just look for those. Obviously, it'll be up to you to approve them, but we'll try and get you a proposal on those. Committee reports. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on the 10th to talk about, we actually looked at a marijuana license, cultivation license that we'll see later this evening. And we also continued discussion on defining what discount means in regards to the sales price and marijuana tax. And we're also looking at modification of the rules for mobile food units. We're meeting again on the 25th, and we'll look at 3 marijuana licenses, and we'll continue the discussions on discounts in mobile food units. And the AMATS Policy Committee meeting for January is canceled.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
I just want to note for the record that we're joined by Ms. Sporowski. She is here as well. But I have nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
And that's an excellent point. Ms. Sporowski, I didn't think you had a committee report, but you may have had the youth advisory report. So do you have anything you'd like to say?
We haven't met this month yet, so I was planning on giving that report at the next meeting.
Okay. Sorry for overlooking you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you have anything to report? No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, actually, the Audit Committee will meet tomorrow, January 16th, Wednesday at 12:30 in room 155 at City Hall. And please note that this is a time change. It was originally scheduled for 1:30, and we'll be meeting at 12:30 following the Homelessness Committee meeting. And we'll be reviewing the 2019 audit plan. The Health Policy Committee is canceled. The meeting is canceled for January. And actually a question for Ms. Sporowski, if that's okay.
Yeah.
When is the next Youth Advisory Commission meeting?
It is next week, I believe, on Thursday. It is at City Hall Mayor's Conference Room. I will get the time. It's in my email.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Assembly Committee on Homelessness will be meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, January 16th, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., right before the Municipal Audit Committee. And we will be discussing the Anchored Home plan, providing an update on that plan, and also discussing a variety of events happening in January, including the Point in Time Count and Project Homeless Connect. And for members of the public who can't make that committee because it is in the middle of the day, I will be doing a coffee with anyone interested. That will be on Thursday, January 17th from 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. at Midtown Sagaya. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Traney.
Nothing, sir.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee met on January 9th.
we discussed the 2019 regular municipal election, passed out election calendars with dates and deadlines for the upcoming election. We also decided to postpone any changes to Chapters 28 and Chapters 2.7 until after the April election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just to report that this Thursday, the Utilities and Enterprise Committee will be meeting at 11 at room 155, and we'll have a deep diving conversation about the future of the port.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wimhoff.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Vis-a-vis the Public Safety Committee, have not yet scheduled a meeting. I suspect we will get it done before the end of the month, but that one will be on what did we learn from the earthquake, what should we do in the future, and what went well. And on the latter category, I'm convinced that our utilities and roads people and so on have demonstrated a significant capacity to fix things that got broke. And what we can't fix are our major transportation corridors, north and south, or the loss of our port, which I think are unlikely but quantifiable risks. The issues that are coming up are certainly have to do with building safety inspections, and do they need to be changed? I would note that where Ms. Wimhoff and I live, there was quite a few buildings damaged, but many of them were commercial buildings and schools and so on that all were inspected. There's issues with soils conditions and land conditions, and I suspect that we will try to identify areas where there are bad soils that should not be built on and require an geotechnical engineering analysis and the developers to propose remediation, and that to be not only approved by a geotechnical qualified engineer, but inspected for that. And then the perennial problem of trucks hitting overpasses. I've been talking with DOT about that, and what have others done? And one of them is to have a laser beam across the highway ahead of it. We have the problem; those things don't work when it's snowing hard. So, but these are all issues that are in process here, and I will get on top of it, and we'll probably have a couple of meetings in the next month. Thank you.
How about knowing how tall your truck is?
Mr. Chair, you and I have labored off and on for the last 20-some years to figure out how do you cure stupid. And it appears to me to be beyond the capacity of statute law.
I think that's right. Ms. Borowski, were you in the queue?
Yes, just to better answer Ms. LaFrance's question, we are meeting January 24th at in the Mayor's Conference Room. It starts at 6 p.m. and ends at 8 p.m. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for that. At this time, I ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items.
Do we have any laid on the table? So simply the addendum. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection. Mr. Vice Chair, can you read the addendum items?
9 Bravo 10, resolution number AR 2019-18, a resolution authorizing an 8-month sublease between CH2M Hill, Inc., sublessor, and Municipality of Anchorage subtenant for solid waste services operations located at 6550 A Street, legally described as Tract 3B-2C/G, Warehouse Subdivision, Plat 2010-97, for Real Estate Department. 9 Delta 14, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 51-2019, Little Mendelson PC Professional Legal Services Contract Amendment Number 3 relating to the Henry Litigation Department of Law. 9 Delta 15, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 52-2019, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission appointments, Minu Manai, Gabriella Olmos, Diane Heaney Mead, and Kimberly Pace, Mayor's Office. 9 Echo 8, Information Memorandum Number AIM 9-2019, Report of Doing Business as DBA Name Changes approved by the Alcohol and Marijuana Control Board, AMCO, regarding marijuana facilities within the municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Clerk's Office. 9 Foxtrot 8B, Information Memorandum Number AIM 10-2019, Anchorage Police Department Employees Association Letter, RE-AO 2019-7, Abandoned Vehicles, Mayor's Office. 9 Foxtrot 22, Ordinance Number AO 2019-4, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $5,513,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide facilities and cemetery capital improvement projects at the election to be held in the municipality on April 2nd, 2019. Finance Department, public hearing 1/29/2019, accompanied by 9 Foxtrot 22A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 7-2019. 9 Foxtrot 23, Ordinance Number AO 2019-19, an ordinance submitting to qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of issuing general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage not to exceed $59,113,000 to pay the costs of capital improvements for the Anchorage School District at the April 2nd, 2019 municipal election. Finance Department, public hearing 1/29/2019, accompanied by 9 Foxtrot 23A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 50-2019. Appearance requests, Ron Oliva, taxes on prescription drug sales and alcohol, and a surcharge on nonprofits and churches for fire, police, and paramedics. 12B, Stacy Lange, concerns regarding LGBT materials targeting young children at the ZJ Lusac Public Library. 12C, Brooke Spanker, the positive influences drag queen story time at the ZJ Lusac Public Library has on the Anchorage community.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So now we'll see if any member wants to pull an item from the consent agenda. Ms. Borowski.
No items to pull.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
9F11 and 9F12.
You can, because... Oh. Sorry. Mr. Dunbar.
9 Delta 4. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9A1 for reading.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items to pull.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull items 9 Bravo 3 and 9 Bravo 6.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
9D14 on the addendum to the agenda. Henry case.
9 Delta 14.
14.
Good. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Appreciate that. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Item 9D3.
9D3. Ms. Wemhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 9B8
9 Bravo 8.
for discussion.
Is it Bravo or Delta?
Bravo.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Dyson.
No additional items.
Great. So I have 9 Alpha 1, 9 Bravo 3, 6, and 8, 9 Delta 3, 4, and 14, and 9 Foxtrot 11 and 12. Did I miss any that any member would like to pull from the consent agenda? If not, I'd ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus those pulled items.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent on the consent agenda minus those pulled items. Seeing no objection, that passes unanimously. 9 Alpha 1. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating January 21st, 2019 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service and recognizing and honoring the legacy of Dr. King by all members and Mayor Berkowitz. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading, and it looks like Mr. Rivera is presenting.
Could ask for a motion on that?
Second.
Can we do unanimous consent? Or? Is there any objection to that motion? Then that passes unanimously. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Whereas in 1983, a federal holiday was created marking the birthday of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and in 1994, the third Monday in January was designated as a National Day of Service, a day on, not a day off. And whereas Dr. King stated that life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And each year, Americans across the country answer that question by coming together on the MLK Day of Service to serve their neighbors and communities. And whereas participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown nationally and locally, with volunteers taking part in service projects such as tutoring and mentoring, preparing and delivering meals, building and repairing homes, schools, and senior centers, as well as teaching and reflecting on the life and legacy of Dr. King. And whereas in Anchorage on January 21st, 2019, from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club, the Alaska Bar Association, Alaska Legal Services Corporation, the Alaska Court System, and Alaska Public Media are sponsoring the MLK Day Free Legal Clinic, where volunteer attorneys will assist hundreds of Anchorage residents by providing legal assistance free of charge. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage proudly joins in this celebration of public service by encouraging volunteerism and recognizing community service projects, and the MLK Foundation of Alaska will be hosting a community commemoration honoring Dr. King's legacy in the West High Auditorium at 3 p.m. on Sunday, January 20th, 2019. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that January 21st, 2019 is designated as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of January 2019. Thank you.
Would any of you like to say a few words?
Yes, to the members of the Assembly and Mayor, thank you very much for the privilege to accept this recognition in support of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He did a lot for our country as a whole, and as president of the Anchorage branch of the NAACP, we will fulfill whatever promises he made to our country, and we will do the same to help here in our city of Anchorage. Thank you.
What's your name?
Good question. Kevin David McGee. Thank you.
I know.
I have Mr. Dyson in the queue, but would anyone else like to say anything from the representatives here? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that our resolution says that it's the Reverend Dr. Luther King. And I think it gets lost that this man was a Christian shepherd following in the tradition of his father. His father was inspired by another reformer, the German monk Martin Luther, who never intended to destroy anything, but to bump the institution he was a part of back onto course, which kind of happened after his death in the Counter-Reformation. Similarly, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. never wanted to destroy America. He wanted to get our country back on the path laid down by our founding fathers. He said our Declaration of Independence and Constitution was a promissory note that was delivered to people. And he said, we're in the process of seeing those promises fulfilled. And the note is coming due. He said, in my opinion, he set a great example of servant leadership, calling out the best of all of us and calling us back to the best of our founding documents of a country that was a shining light on a hill. I would encourage, as you have said, all of us to be inspired by the example of this man and emulate that extraordinary example. And I appreciate it bringing forth, and I appreciate you all being a part of honoring one of the giants of our time. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you for that, sir. And on behalf of Providence, Alaska Medical Center, the Spiritual Care and Clinical Pastoral Education Department, Dr. King was certainly an advocate for multiculturalism and diversity. And at our hospital, once again, we have the first Alaska Native female student in the program, the first female Alaska Native student. We have an African American female who's a prior pastor of 34 years in the AME Zion Church. You know, Dr. King was known for preaching powerful sermons. We have a Euro-American female who's also a chaplain candidate in the Navy, and this is Chaplain Catherine Drefke. And we have a chaplain that just flew in from Nigeria, and he's a Roman Catholic priest. So Dr. King, and I'm the African-American female manager of these outstanding students. And also Delta Sigma Theta sorority, which is, we just celebrated Founders Day weekend, which is 106 years old. And the chapter here in Anchorage, Alaska, has 55 strong women of color and women of substance that certainly subscribe to education, civil rights, and justice. So again, thank you so much on behalf of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Alaska Alumni Chapter and on behalf of Clinical Pastoral Education at Providence Hospital.
Thank you. My name is Margot Bellamy, and I'm here tonight representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. And it is very meaningful for me tonight because this is our 111th anniversary of serving all mankind. And I get to stand here tonight and accept the resolution. So the only thing I'd like to really remind us of is that the program on Sunday is not just for the persons of color. This is a community celebration. It's citywide. And if each of you in this room could give an hour, just drop by. We'll have your toes patting, your hearts palpitating, and you will meet some of the most wonderful people that make up our grand community. So it's a community affair. It's a community celebration for a wonderful man whose legacy lives on in each and every one of us. So on behalf of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, thank you again.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gregory Holmes of the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Masons, Prince Hall affiliated. And this is our 50th year anniversary. And we are here to serve the community. We work hand in hand with the NAACP, and we believe in the dreams and the messages that Dr. King did put out, and we strive to work through those and help the community to fulfill those. We are very much oriented as far as our youth, and that is what we strive for right now, to get the youth to get back in line, so to speak. So thank you again for the resolution, and thank you for this chance to speak.
You have inspired some of the other members to either speak or ask some questions. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say thank you for being here and for everything you're doing in our community and the way you live through Dr. King to make this place and more broadly our country more just and kind and fair. And I'm a member of NAACP and I get your magazines and I love reading them and I love seeing what you do and how bold you are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And this is just to the public, also on Monday, Martin Luther King Celebration Day, the Alaska Bar Association will be hosting a free legal clinic at the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club from from noon to 2 and then from 2 to 4, 2 separate sessions. And so please, if you have civil legal matters that you're struggling with, don't know what to do, in honor of day on instead of a day off, the Alaska Bar will be hosting a clinic to help people in need.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll be there from 2 to 4 giving moderate legal advice. Any other comments? Thank you all for your service. Mr. McGee, you want to wrap up? You got the first word and now you want the last word, sir? Yeah.
I'm going to give this to you.
Oh, okay, thank you. As a point of information, this coming Tuesday, our national officer, Ms. Jackie, will be coming to Anchorage and be in partnership with the mayor's office. We will be putting on a presentation addressing environmental climate justice. And this will be at the UAA Arts Building. And then we'll also have another presentation that's going to be over at the Mountain View Library. So we look forward to everyone coming out and looking at seeing how climate justice and climate change is affecting our city and our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda that was pulled from the consent agenda is 9B3, resolution number AR 2019-7, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $550 from ConocoPhillips Alaska, Inc. to the Miscellaneous Operational Grants Fund 261010, Parks and Recreation Department, for the support of the Parks and Recreation Department's Family Skate Program, Parks and Recreation Department, and it's accompanied by an Assembly Memorandum number AM 22-2019. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? I'd like to pass the gavel to the Vice Chair. I asked Mr. Rivera to pull this item because of its extreme importance. The problem is this and an item after it are $550 and then $806 respectively. And the problem when we spend time, trees, here at the Assembly approving these small movement of funds, I think it's a double problem. It's a waste of time, I think, because it's such a small amount. We need an oversight responsibility, but there's a lot of ways to do that. Amalgamating these into a quarterly report. So that's a problem. Just the time and money and clerk's time it's been doing it is probably more than the $550 in this or the $806 just to do it. But I think that's not the primary problem. The primary problem I have is that every time you ask an entity that you're wanting to do things quickly and effectively and responsively, and sometimes we say you should act more like a business and you should move flexibly, they have to go through this whole time just to get that to happen. So we see this on movements, small movements of money. We see this on small approvals of contracts. We want to buy a whiteboard was an example about 6 months ago. The mayor appoints and we confirm the major heads of the major departments and the heads of the enterprises. We give them a budget and they can't live outside of it. But to then say every little transfer or purchase has to be approved makes it, I think, virtually impossible for these enterprises and these divisions of our government to act in the way that we hope that they will. So that, to me, is the larger cost of this, not the fact that we waste a lot of time and clerk time doing it, but the fact that it makes it almost impossible for entities to act quickly. And it has delays. But the third and maybe more important objection I have is I'm not sure on what basis I would ever turn one of these things down. If an entity acting with the manager that we appointed and confirmed within their budgetary scope wants to buy a whiteboard, on what level would I say no to that? I might later on say, those whiteboards didn't work out for you very well, did they? And you shouldn't buy any more or something in some sort of budgetary oversight session. But I'm not sure how I would just say no to that. So I'm going to be searching for a way that we can have the oversight responsibility that we should, but not be approving these minuscule amounts of money and or approving actions by an entity that are within its mandate and its budget. So I'll do somewhat of a ceremonial vote no on this, though it's nothing against the Family Skate program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Weddleton.
Just for people listening, I think that's Mr. Croft's way of saying thank you, ConocoPhillips, for donating money to the skating.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Any other discussion on this item? Members prepared to vote? Members, please vote. So that passes 10-1, and the $550 will be transferred. The next item is 9B6, resolution number AR 2019-10, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $806 in unused contribution grant match funding from the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 back to the Historic Preservation Fund 490000 fund balance, all within the Planning Department. So nice they named it twice. And it's accompanied by 9B6A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 30-2019. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there any second? Ms. Quinn Davidson or Ms. LaFrance? Yeah. Any discussion? Are you ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson has wandered off. Okay. That item passes 9-1, and the $806 will be transferred. Item 9B8 is next on the pull items. Resolution number AR 2019-15, a resolution authorizing the withdrawal from Heritage Land Bank inventory to Real Estate Services inventory and authorizing the mayor to designate management authority of said property to the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, HLB Parcel 1074D, legally described as Track 3, Carroll Creek Subdivision, Real Estate Apartment, and Associated Assembly Memorandum AM 43-219. Was that Ms. Wimhoff that pulled it? Ms. Wimhoff.
Yes. Do I need to do a motion here?
I'm sorry, you're right. What's the will of the body?
I'd like to move to approve.
Second. Great. It's moved by Ms. Wimhoff, second by Mr. Constant. Is that what you have, Madam Clerk?
Right there.
Then under discussion, Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you. I wanted to pull this item as an example of something that has been shared with the community councils in the area, and the community councils are aware of. I also wanted to note that the hope of creating storage for water up in the hills areas of Chugiak and Eagle River, in this case Eagle River, will really help us as the population grows out in Chugiak, Eagle River, and the need for fire safety, the need for more pressure for all sorts of public safety issues, and the growth potential in the area. But I wanted to bring this out. It is an example. Carroll Creek, the area itself, is still having issues. The Chugiak Community Council is still struggling with other realms and areas of the Carroll Creek process. But this particular one with AWU, they have been good with, and they appreciated the presentations. And that's what I wanted to bring up, that this was well advertised with the neighborhood, and that's important to us. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff. Any other discussion? Are you ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Weddleton?
I think I'm there.
That item passes 11-0. The next item is item 9 Delta 3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 18 2019, Executive Appointment. Susie Humphrey Marshall, Information Technology Director from Employee Relations. That was Mr. Constant.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Mr. Constant.
Ms. Marshall, would you come on down? Thanks, Susie. Not meant to be in any way hard on you. It's just that we have a duty to have a confirmation hearing, and I don't think a consent agenda item is fair to the public or even to you.
Okay.
And so my questions are simple. What's your vision, and what are the biggest challenges, and what are your thoughts on how you're going to overcome them?
My vision for the IT department, which is to stabilize SAP and get control over the SAP spend, is to streamline IT and to make sure we're supporting all city employees, to guide innovation solutions for IT services, to think a little differently outside the box, and to make sure that IT has an open door policy to increase customer satisfaction. It's pretty basic.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Constant. I didn't schedule a hearing, a committee meeting on this. We'd had at least 2, maybe 3 work sessions where Ms. Marshall has been presenting on SAP matters. But we'll try and be more upfront about asking whether any member wants a confirmation hearing. And you're absolutely right that knowing who we're confirming is an appropriate thing. But we've seen her work in a number of different work sessions. Any other member comment? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. It's worth noting that a recent upgrade went smoothly, I believe, and resulted in taxpayer savings. Would you speak to that briefly?
Yes. So there was SAP, although it was implemented and went live in 2017, it hadn't been upgraded since 2015. So just to make sure that we could run all of our HR reporting, all the year-end special reports, we had to actually do this huge upgrade so that we could do the simple upgrade of the all the HR, they call it an HR pack. But we went through it, we planned it with the team, we all owned it, and it took us, I think, 6 weeks in total. We were on budget and on time, and because of the way we implement it, we saved the city over $500,000. So,
thanks. That's amazing. That's very good.
Nice to have an major SAP thing that didn't hit the news or us. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Hi, thanks, Ms. Marshall. Ms. Marshall, I was thinking. One thing we get to hear a lot from you guys, updates on how IT is going, how SAP is going, but I think similar to Ms. LaFrance, the public doesn't hear as many of those, and when we go to community councils, they sometimes say, sort of in a grumbly voice, like, what about SAP? And we get to try to share some of those victories, and one of them that you shared recently was about hiring people in-house so that we don't need to contract out from SAP, the SAP-related company that charges a lot more money per hour than what we're charging our staff. So if you could speak to that, and then also, do you all have a plan, or maybe you're already doing it, to communicate to the public? That's one of the most common things we hear about as SAP, but I think there's a lot of good things happening that we could maybe get out to community councils or through other mechanisms.
right, I would definitely love to make sure we're getting the good word out there, and we'll work with the administration on how we do that. As far as, so when I joined the team in May of 18, we had 23 contractors full-time, and they were averaging rate of, I don't know, like 170 an hour up to 300 and something an hour. And so our goal was to not have this extraordinary reliance on external resources, because we wanted to make sure that our team can support this tool moving forward and also reducing the costs. So we have opened up and hired people in-house, which is we pay them $50 an hour versus, 170. It's amazing savings there. But also it keeps the knowledge in-house and helps just overall stabilize the environment and make sure that we're providing the service to the rest of the city employees that use SAP. So, does that answer your question?
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are members ready to vote? You may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Congratulations, Ms. Marshall. Brings us to Assembly Memorandum Number AM 21-2019, award of a 2019 grant in the amount of $100,000 to the Anchorage Park Foundation from the Parks and Recreation Department 2019 approved operating budget for the purpose of continuing to mobilize volunteer and financial support for Anchorage's parks and recreation assets and youth employment in the parks by the Parks Department. That was pulled by Mr. Dunbar. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Actually, you know what? Somebody else please move to approve this.
Move to approve.
Mr. Constant, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar.
Sorry about that. Thank you. It was a reflexive move to approve because I am so supportive of this project, this program rather. But I serve on the Parks Foundation board, and this is a grant to the Parks Foundation for this program. A couple months ago, we had a similar item on the budget, or on the in the consent agenda, and we had a discussion about whether or not I was conflicted out of those kind of votes. And at the time, the Assembly decided that I wasn't, but it was a relatively close vote. I think it was 7-4, maybe 6-5. And then I expressed that I was going to take it to the Ethics Board. And so I did go to the Ethics Board with it, and I spoke with them, and then they actually deliberated for quite a while about it. I don't know if Ms. Ennis is here tonight. I don't think she is with us, but Ms. Ennis, of course, is the municipal attorney that works with the Ethics Board. The Ethics Board determined that they don't believe I have a conflict when it comes to the overall budget. So when we vote on the the main budget of the municipality, it's very clear I don't have a conflict there, and certainly it's been the precedent that there has been an assembly member serving on the Parks Foundation board for some time. Before me, it was Ernie Hall, and he always voted on everything, and it was no issue. But they were a little bit less sure about items like this, and they suggested that I, one, disclose, and perhaps once more reopen for discussion about whether or not I might be conflicted out of this. For some context, I don't receive any compensation from the Parks Foundation, but I am there because of my relationship with the Assembly. They traditionally, as I said, have had an Assembly member on their board because the Parks Foundation works so closely with the municipality, raising money that supports the municipalities, the Parks Department's, programs, and then also in some cases like this, receiving funding. I believe they flagged this one for me, so I believe it's that they are receiving funding. But at any rate, I wanted to bring that forward and see if it was the ruling of the chair or the body that I had a conflict, and at any rate, make a disclosure.
Yeah, we'll have some discussion on that, and then I'll make a ruling, and we'll see if there's any one who'd like to challenge that ruling. Ms. Borowski.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on the Youth Employment in Parks program. It's a really great program. I've known a ton of students who do it and people who may not be technically adults but out of high school. And it's a great opportunity to get into nature, work with different plants, earn school credit if you do it enough. And it's just a really great opportunity. And I just wanted to express that and say how important it is for people my age and around my age. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sprosky. Any member that want to comment on the conflict idea? We did have that discussion, and it was a good one. I'm sure the ethics board question was a good one. We have the AMC 1-15-060 conflicts, and under E, it lists a number of factors, whether the financial or private interest is substantially substantially part of the matter under consideration. It is a substantial amount of money. It's $100,000. You don't get any private financial benefit from either serving or from this grant, do you, Mr. Dunbar?
No, I do not.
Whether the financial or private interest directly or substantially varies with the outcome of the official action, whether the financial or private interest is immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on other factors, whether it's significant monetarily, whether the financial or private interest is a type is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons. I think a lot of those questions are dealing with how much benefit a private person gets. So, Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I'm sorry, Miss. Did you say you've been to the ethics board on this?
Yes.
And they came back with?
Inconclusive.
So I think we previously determined that this wasn't an issue and that by the virtue of your position on the assembly, you have that position. And I hope it's not like Groundhog Day where we continue to come back to this question. I hope we would definitively make a decision today that could stand for until such a time as somebody calls a conflict.
I will. My intention is to continue to declare it, but to be open and transparent about it as these items come through. But I do believe that I do not have a conflict.
Yeah, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We let Ernie Hall, when he was there, vote every time on every issue coming forward. I see no reason to change our past policy simply because you changed the persons on the board.
Yeah, and Mr. Dunbar, I appreciate the work you did on that and the disclosure. I'm going to hold that because it doesn't have any private financial benefit to you, and because you're holding that seat as part of your responsibilities as through being an assembly member, that it's not a conflict of interest. Any member wish to challenge the ruling of the chair? Then we're back to discussion on the underlying item 9 Delta 4. Any other discussion on that? If not, members may proceed to vote. Thank you. That item passes 11-0. Next item in the addendum section is item 9 Delta 14, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 51 2019, Littler Mendelson PC Professional Legal Services Contract, Amendment Number 3 relating to the Henry litigation.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
This has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved by Mr. Trainee,
Mr.
seconded
Chairman,
by
my
Mr.
question
Rivera.
goes to the administration. Is this just to cover the
Mr.
initial
Trainee.
cost and where we're at now, or is this to carry the process forward to wherever it's heading? Because we've not made a decision whether we as a city want to appeal the decision. And I will be not voting for this. In fact, a single dollar is spent on that tar baby. So let me know.
Through the chair, I'm hopeful that our municipal attorney will be joining us mid-progress tonight, but my understanding is that this is just the contract amendment that lets us use previously appropriated dollars to pay the rest of the cost of the litigation. I think this is it. Ms. Wint-Pearson could verify that, and I could try to find some additional information for you while we wait for her to arrive.
Thank you. So for the best of your knowledge, we've not made the decision to go forward on this, have we?
To the best of my knowledge, that's still under investigation. That's right. We've not made any affirmative decisions.
Thank you.
So are you satisfied, Mr. Trainee, or do you want to move this down the agenda?
I'd like to move it down the agenda. I'd like to hear from our municipal attorney, because we know where this has been going for so long, and no matter what you do, you're not going to win this issue, at least from my perspective. So I don't want to see any more city dollars spent on this thing.
So would you like to move that we consider this after 9 Foxtrot 11 and 12?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you?
Move to postpone this to after item Foxtrot
11 and 12.
11 and 12.
Any objection to moving that on the agenda?
Second.
It was moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson, Madam Clerk, and I don't see any objection. So we'll take up next item 9, Foxtrot 11. Ordinance number AO 2019-9, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 6, 14 and 15 to impose additional fees and penalties for long-term vacant properties and persistent nuisance properties, creating a dedicated nuisance property abatement fund and establishing a foreclosure registry. Department of Law. The public hearing is scheduled on this on January 29th. What's the will of the body?
Move to introduce.
Second.
You need a third.
So we have a motion to introduce, did you catch all those, Madam Clerk? By Mr. Weddleton to introduce.
Constant. Second.
I was third.
Constant and Peterson. So there are three to introduce. And do we have discussion, Madam Clerk?
You can talk procedural matters, but you can't debate the topic of the item.
Okay. Procedural issues with this, Mr. Weddleton, or to
Well, I
the
just want to
merits?
change the public hearing date to the first meeting in February, February 12th.
So motion to change from January 29th to February 12th.
So that would be, you can either do it at the, direct the clerk to do that if there's no objection.
Do that, we've done that before.
Okay. So we had, for the information of the body, we had planned work sessions on these on the 18th, so coming up quickly. You're still free to make that motion, but we were going to have, and may still, work sessions on this. Why would you like to move it to the 12th, Mr. Weddleton?
You know, actually, a couple of reasons. One is I don't know that there's a rush, and it is fairly significant. I don't know that I have any real qualms against it, but I think it's something that deserves a close look. And then we have the work sessions, but they're only 2 days from now, and they were fairly short work sessions. I think you only had them scheduled for like half an hour. And I think that would be brief on this one and also 9F12.
So, Mr. Falsey, what impact does moving the public hearing from the 29th to February 12th do on this item, but it'll also be the similar motion on the next item, Mr. Weddleton?
Correct.
Yeah.
On this item, I don't think there's a material impact. These are powers that we don't have now, and so we will continue to not have them for at least 2 more weeks if we move the item.
Any objection to moving the public hearing date on this item to February 12th?
Mr. Chair, I was in the queue.
Yeah, there you are. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I asked a similar question of the administration prior to the meeting. I don't remember if it was on this one or perhaps the next item, but Mr. Falsey, you responded that the only concern was that our municipal attorney might be out on personal leave starting in early February. Is that still your position? And could we do enough of the work before that happens so that it wouldn't concern you and probably get to a point where we would pass it on at the first meeting in February?
That's true. We are up against an unknown deadline where we will lose our municipal attorney for a bit. I'm not exactly sure we've opened the pool on when that date is going to be. Our preference had been to kind of move it on this timeline to ensure that she's there. We're doing the work sessions on the earlier side. We might lose her for the actual assembly deliberations, but that's the only concern.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask a follow-up. You know, the municipal attorney doesn't personally get involved with every one of these issues. Is there another member of the municipal attorney's office that either is leading this or could be briefed up to the point where they could be the lead for us?
Certainly, as to the next item, that is true. On this one, I believe Becky has taken a personal interest in this item and had some specialized expertise.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Anything else?
I guess my last request then would just be, if we do anticipate she's not going to be here, then perhaps she could try to spin someone up before the meeting.
And I'll also add that as an interim solution, you could keep the public hearing for the next meeting. We could open it and then continue it if necessary. We would have Becky to answer questions at that point, and we could make a game time decision next time. Now, the next meeting is pretty busy, so it's up to you.
Great. I have Mr. Constant next, but I will keep the work sessions on that tight schedule so we can have the highest chance of keeping Ms. Wynn Pearson to explain these things for us. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Mr. Falsey, this is the ordinance that has the gender-specific language. Should you draft an amendment, or shall we?
Either way, there are 2 references to the department or his successor. That's a mistake. We will fix those. Jump ball. If you want it, you can have it, or we'll take it.
How about you do it?
Let's do it.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Weddleton, you thought half an hour was insufficient on these, that we should expand those?
Yeah, well, that half an hour isn't a whole lot on this one. I think the next one in particular is fairly a large issue, and I mean, I don't go at these like I'm opposed to them. I think there's opportunities in both of these that we should explore. There's different ways to go with all of them.
Well, as I said, we'll keep the work session, so we'll try and get as informed as possible. We'll consider expanding it from half an hour to an hour. Do you still want to move the public hearing to 2:12 or see how it goes?
Yeah, I would move it.
Okay.
I recommend we do.
So that's a motion, and was it seconded, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, I have not.
I didn't hear one. Is there a second, Mr. Trainee? So it's been moved by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Mr. Trainee to move the public hearing on this item 9F11 from January 29 to February 12th. Any objection to that? I'll just do it under unanimous consent. If there's no objection to that, then it's passed by unanimous consent to move the public hearing date. Item 9, Foxtrot 12, ordinance number AO 2019-12, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to incentivize the creation of housing in the Central Business District by amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 12 to add a new chapter, 1260, Tax Incentives for Housing, amending the fine schedule in Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1460.030 to include fines for violations of related reporting obligations, and amending computation of the maximum attainable tax revenue under the tax cap. Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 1225 by the Department of Law. I have a motion on...
Move to introduce.
Second.
And we need a third. And do you have the same motion,
Right,
Mr.
to move to
Weddleton?
postpone the public hearing to February 12th.
Second.
That's been moved to seconded. Any objection to moving that public hearing in the same manner? Seeing no objection, then that passes by unanimous consent as well. And we are back. Mr. Falsey, do we have our municipal attorney yet?
We are expecting her to arrive around 7 or 7:30 directly
see.
from the airport.
So, Mr. Trainee, it's been, yeah, good.
Mr. Clark, we can pick it up after dinner, sir.
But we're not going to make it to 7. Yeah. Okay, so it's now back before us. You postponed it after these at my request. Do you want to postpone it for later consideration?
I'd like to postpone item 14, the 9014, until after we get back from our dinner break. The municipal attorney should be here by then.
Mr. Point of order. Might we make the motion to be upon the return of the municipal attorney?
That works.
Then it doesn't matter at 6:30 or 7, whenever she gets here.
I'm not sure you can do it to a
Can we?
whenever anyone shows up time.
Madam Clerk?
The public wouldn't be on notice.
Right.
The alternative is to the end of the agenda, and when she arrives,
Yeah, I think that'd be easier. So, Mr. Trainee, if you'd move it after 14K, and we'll just make sure we pick it up and don't.
So moved,
forget
Mr.
it.
Chairman, after 14K.
So there's been a motion and a second to move the agenda item to the end of the agenda after 14K. Any objection to that? Seeing no objection by unanimous consent, we've moved that item. That completes the consent agenda and the items moved. We never have regular agenda. Under unfinished, old business and unfinished business, we have item 11A, and we also have some guests. Mr. Dunbar, you going to make a motion on 11A?
Yeah, I move to postpone until the first meeting in February.
Second.
February 12th, that's been moved by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Any objection to moving public hearing on that item? till
No,
the
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, there's no public hearing, just consideration of the item.
I wrote down public hearing, okay. Consideration of the item till February 12th. Seeing no objection to that, that's been moved. We also have, to February 12th, our meeting of February 12th. We have guests from the Trail Life Boy Scout Troop or Scout Troop, and I would ask that they just come up and briefly, they want to give long speeches, I understand, but you can just, if you want, give your name and what you're working on.
Hi, my name's Clay Brooks, and I'm with Trail Life USA, Troop 226, located in Eagle River. We are a Christian-based scouting organization here to complete our citizenship badge, and we would just like to thank you guys for the opportunity to be here and observe this meeting.
Thank you for being here.
Okay. Well done.
One spoke and the rest joined in.
Normally, we make you all, even if they're little kids, say their names, but we'll let you speak for the rest of the crew.
One of them earns extra points.
Yeah, that's right. Next, under appearance requests, and then we, yeah. Mr. Oliva, I have 3 appearance requests, and we're up to that in the agenda. Mr. Oliva, are you ready to speak to us? You first, sir. And then this is the old one. Where's the? Oh, here's the new one.
Good evening. My name is Ron Oliva. I'm from Rogers Park, 44-year resident, and I'm here to address 3 things. First of all, congratulations to Gretchen, and also a big thank you to Mr. Farsley during the earthquake. He maintained a presence of calm and delivery, kept his city rolling along, and he's to be commended for his efforts during a crisis situation. I know listening to him, I felt a lot calmer, and I see U.S. Senator in front of his name. So I have a thank you card for you, Bill. The reason I'm here tonight is the alcohol tax, an alternative tax which involves prescription drugs. Mr. Trainee is always referencing we tax marijuana, why not alcohol? And he says the word alcohol because, unfortunately, in my neighborhood on the other side of the tracks, not Rogers Park, they're consuming Cook Inlet iced tea, which is Listerine. And I bought a bottle for all of you as a little reminder and a little Kool-Aid so you don't drink it when that alcohol tax comes up. Because you're kind of pandering to church and some moral grandstanding where this tax money is going to go, and it's a double tax. And I talked to Senator Begich. He may introduce this in the legislature to tax prescription drugs, because this is where the epidemic is. And this is the dangerous thing in opioids. And believe me, I bought some drugs, prescription drugs. 900 people were ahead of me. And that was at Walgreens. And the sadness is I put these drugs in another bag because I'm scared of the parking lot. But when they give prescription to users of opiates right there at the counter, and they OD in the bathroom, they don't even make it to the parking lot. We have an opiate crisis. And the spread, I brought the index for alcohol, is very narrow. But the spread on prescription drugs, you can get this if you go to the app for $20 or by crossing the street to Fred Meyer's. It was $285. And then recently at 60 Minutes, the drug companies raised the price 6% for no other reason than they could. So there's a real revenue stream that will really attack the problem. So that's what I'd like you to investigate. The second source of revenue, my 3 minutes is up.
It is, but can you just tell us the second source?
Oh, it's got to be the nonprofits and the churches. If they're allowed to pay fire insurance, liability insurance, they can pay a surcharge to the city based on that premium to cover fire protection, police protection, and ambulance response.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Okay, are there any questions? I have one more point.
There are no other questions, and we're out of time.
One question, Mr. Chair, and that is, what was the damage of the fire today, Ron?
The damage to the fire, which I reported the tents and the camps 8 weeks ago, it burnt the whole east side of the old Native Hospital.
Hardyville.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
Okay. I'll see you at public appearances for the rest.
I next have Stacy Lang. Is Ms. Lang here? Thank you, Ms. Lang. You'll have 3 minutes.
Great. My name is Stacy Lang. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I stand before you as a mother to express my deep concern regarding the promotion of LGBT material targeting young children at the Loussac Public Library. The program in concern, Drag Queen Story Hour, specifically targets young children between the ages of 3 and 8 and seeks to promote, disseminate, and normalize sexual LGBT ideology under the guise of inclusivity. Specifically, such ideology seeks to encourage cross-dressing, homosexuality, transsexuality, and gender fluidity. The Drag Queen Story Hour uses over 50 pro-homosexual books that are pictures, and children are also introduced to the Dragivity book, where they are encouraged to explore their preferred pronouns, get their sissy on, and create their own drag name. On September 17, 2018, a drag queen named Dylan Pontiff, who reads at these events, told the City Council that, and I quote, "This is going to be the grooming of the next generation. We are trying to groom the next generation," end quote. In 2017, the American College of Pediatricians stated that gender ideology harms children, and I quote, "urged healthcare professionals, educators, and legislators to reject all policies that condition children to accept as a normal life of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex," end quote. The ACP went on to state that, and I quote, "conditioning children into believing that a lifetime of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex is normal and healthful is child abuse. Endorsing gender discord as normal through public education and legal policies will confuse children and parents, leading more children to present to gender clinics where they will be given puberty-blocking drugs. This in turn virtually ensures that they will choose a lifetime of carcinogenic and otherwise toxic cross-sex hormones and likely consider unnecessary surgical mutilation of their healthy body parts as young as adults. What compassionate and reasonable person would condemn a young child to this fate, knowing that after puberty, as many as 88% of girls and 98% of boys will eventually accept reality and achieve a state of mental and physical health," end quote. In addition, a survey conducted in 2009 by the National Center for Transgender Equality and the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force found that 41% of all transgender respondents said they had attempted suicide versus 4.6% of the overall U.S. population. In closing, the Drag Queen Story Hour program seeks to promote sexual ideologies which are unfit for the minds of young children. These mature themes should not be introduced to children, and these adult subjects really have no place in a public library. My question to those of you who support this program, with all due respect, is as follows. Can you please help me to understand why you would continue to support a program that targets young children and seeks to confuse and groom them into believing that a lifetime of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex is normal, thereby possibly causing them to choose a lifestyle that has a 41% attempted suicide rate versus 4.6% of the overall U.S. population? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lang.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last appearance request is from Brooks Banker. Welcome, Mr. Banker.
Hello, thank you, Assembly members, for having me. I swear the crushes embraced are not for sympathy points. My name is Brooks Banker, otherwise known as Golden Delicious, and I am a performer as well as Director of Community Engagement and Youth Programming at Identity, and I have been partnering with the library for at least 8 months on Drag Story Time. Incorrectly referred to in the last testimony that you heard. It is Drag Story Time for the library. I'm joined here today by our volunteer performers for Drag Storytime, Ivana and Hank. I'd like to take a moment to recognize their volunteering for reading stories to the community and to children here at the library. The formula for Drag Storytime is really quite simple and not nearly as complicated as all the facts that were just stated by my previous speaker. We are harnessing an environment for not only just reading books, none of which discuss sexuality, none of which have discussed anything that was listed by my previous speaker. They are all about anti-bullying, acceptance, love, family, and they are all books that are here within the library, Public Anchorage Library. So I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge them. It is also an environment of expression, yes. So we do have performers who come dressed up, they are wearing makeup, they are in costumes, and then they read for children. There's been no discussion of anyone's sexuality, of anyone's gender identity. It is purely an environment in which we are harnessing positivity within expression. Whether a child wants to wear purple or a child wants to wear a dress. We have read a book about a young boy who wants to wear a skirt, and his parents are supportive of that, and he wears it to school, and there's discussions that happen between the children in which he feels strongly that that's his right to wear that garment, and his bullies in the end realize that really, if he wants to wear a dress, that's his prerogative, and that's his right. There are also words mentioned by my previous speaker in reference to ideology and sexuality. I, for one, as a queer-identified person, as a member of the community, am tired of people sexualizing the lives of LGBTQ people. We are entitled to have normalization and be in spaces with young people when we are trying to attempt education and sponsor expression and love, and we are parents and sons and daughters and great-grandmothers, and we have always been here and we will always be here. And for people to create this perverse ideology around our community is only going to continue the hatred and the negative rhetoric that surrounds LGBTQ people. And the library and myself and the people, my family and friends who've joined me here today also feel the same way. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thanks. Brooks, you, in your professional life, work at the Identity LGBTQ Community Center, right?
Yes.
And the Gay and Lesbian Community Center of Alaska, GLCCA. Now, when you hear a stark and stunning statistic like 41% of a subset of the population attempt suicide or may, what does that make you think? What comes to mind?
What comes to mind is how upsetting it is to hear words and phrases and quotes that were directed towards my community before me, and how nervous and upset and honestly, although the term is quite taboo, triggered. It makes me feel as if my life is not worthy always of living. And that in turn, and there are statistics to show that, is why I think many people are victims of self-harm, of suicide, also turning to drug and alcohol abuse within our community. As much as we fight against that and we have events like Pride and Drag Storytime, there are still people who are pushing against our very existence.
So if I might restate that a little bit.
I'm sorry.
No, that's good. You were right on point. I think what I'm hearing is that when you have a majority population telling you your love is just a perverted sexual ideology, that actually compounds onto a person and makes them feel less than and maybe even suicidal when the messaging continues to hammer them over and over again that they do not have a place in this society. Is that kind of right?
100% correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and for speaking on this subject. I'm actually curious, would love to hear some of the responses that you have had from the children and the parents who attend Drag Storytime.
Absolutely. And I'd like it to be known that I'm going to be reading 2 quotes, actually, if I may have the time. And they do not specify their orientation, their gender. They only specify in how pleased they are that the library is harnessing this opportunity. So I have a quote here. I strongly support having drag queen story time at the Anchorage Public Library. I am thrilled that the library is supporting such an inclusive event, and I thank you for making that happen. I would oppose any efforts to shut it down. If people don't agree or approve, they're welcome to just not attend. Thanks for promoting this. A parent of a 2-year-old and newborn. And another one. I was at the first drag story time, and it was a beautiful event. Teaching children that it is okay to be different is such a wonderful message, not only for those that are gender and sexual minorities, but also children that will discover that their truth is to be heterosexual or cisgender. For those who don't know, cisgender is when you identify with your sex assigned at birth. But not everyone has to be like them. And that quote's from R.J. Johnson. May I read one more?
Just one more, then.
Okay.
It's in response to his question, but just one more.
Okay. I support having drag story time at the Anchorage Public Library. The events I've attended have drawn in large crowds and have been very family friendly. The presenters' conduct, appearance, and selection of books have been age appropriate. The events are relevant both to the general topic and families like my own. I am transgender, my wife is a lesbian, 2 of my parents are gay, and my children are sweet and kind. It is important to have this venue to allow parents and children to network with each other and expose them to age-appropriate information, be it maybe gender identity, sexual orientation, and self-expression. That is often not discussed in schools, church, or similar venues. The library is a wonderful and often underutilized resource. It would be a shame if this went away simply because people disagree with the literature shared at this family-friendly and inclusive event. Thank you. Diane Heaney-Mead.
Thank you, Brooks.
Yes.
Is that all, Mr. Rivera?
Just one quick final comment. Thank you for sharing those quotes. From everything that I have heard from folks who take their children, the children are amazed and awed by you and by the event. So I'm very happy to continue supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the pain and alienation you feel. I know what it's like to take things personally like that. All my training's in hard sciences. And do you have any, how do we go about deciding at what age children generally are equipped to deal with issues? I suspect what we're doing here in this building is part of a national movement that's being done other places. Do you have any information about the process that folks go through to decide when to, at what age to start offering programs like this?
Well, so from what I know, it is it's internationally or nationally recognized event, which is why they wanted to start one here. They may all run differently. I honestly didn't do any research, but I know that an employee of the library did an extensive amount, which I'm sure she'd be happy to share at some point. But the fact is that we have decided within our event in Anchorage at the public library is to harness an environment that is purely about expression, not having anything to do with necessary gender identity or sexuality, right? So I believe that it is up to the parent, obviously, in which to have that discussion if that is an opportunity for them and they feel comfortable to do so. That is not something that there's no agenda within Drag Storytime of that.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I'm always a bit uneasy about government intrusion, and there's lots of things that we citizens are not well equipped to make judgments about. There is always the slight risk that if the library or your group says that 3-year-olds are capable of dealing with this, that the parents will reflexively think, oh, okay, then it must be okay. I wish that parents would exercise the kind of judgment and responsibility that you're speaking to. I'll pursue through some other venues to see if I can find out what was the rigorous process that resulted with people thinking that 3-year-olds are appropriate. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Borowski.
Hi, Brooks.
Hi.
I really appreciate what you do with Drag Story Time. As someone who recently got out of elementary school and middle school, I recognize how bad bullying is an issue in our schools. I've worked with you before in LGBTQ education and things like that, and hearing LGBTQ youth opinion and hearing their stories of the scrutiny that they go through in schools, I think this is a great program, especially to teach acceptance and that being different is okay. I know I was bullied really bad when I went through elementary school and middle school because I didn't wear the girliest of things, and it's nice seeing programs like this, so I just want to thank you for all you do, and all of your volunteers do.
Really appreciate it.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just a closing note that the LGBT community in this town pays taxes, and we serve our community. In fact, there are 3 of us on this body. So the Alaska Constitution, the first article states that we have both equal rights and equal responsibilities. And I would offer that the LGBT community, lesbians, gays, bisexuals, and transgenders, are in fact performing the responsibilities of our community. And we also enjoy the rights. And one right that we enjoy in this temple of the civic space is the ability to use it. And I'm grateful that you are doing that. And I'm sorry that you were attacked the last time you did it. And I look forward to participating in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have a book for you.
Oh.
And to the previous speaker, I would offer that we share a Facebook friend in common, Rebecca Porter. And I would love to sit down with you and talk offline about what this is with her. It would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Brooks, and both of you for volunteering and for being here tonight. We had the honor tonight to pass a resolution honoring Dr. King, and I thanked Mr. McGee and others who were here for making our community and country more kind and just, and I just wanted to thank you for doing the same work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brooks. I don't see any more questions. Thank you for being here tonight. Are there any people who have been appointed to boards and commissions here tonight that could just briefly introduce themselves? I thought there were. Come on up and just say what commission. We appreciate your service, so we'd like you to introduce yourself and tell us what board or commission you're on.
Hello, I am Gabriela Olmos, and I've been appointed to the Equal Rights Commission. I feel very proud and happy and a huge responsibility on it, but I'm very happy to hold it.
Thank you. Congratulations. Anyone else? Then thank you all. We normally come back at 6:30. We'll come back at 6:40 after the dinner break. Is that appropriate? Good. We'll see you then. Take the dinner break. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you do.
We have a quorum present. First matter up is item 13A. It's already been moved. Mr. Dunbar.
I move to postpone item 13A, resolution number AR 2018-347 to the first meeting in February.
Should be the 12th of February, sir.
First meeting in February
And I'll
is the
second
12th of February. Is that what you both mean?
Yes.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Said two different ways, but they're in agreement. That's seconded by one of the sponsors. Any objection to moving that to February 12th?
Can I briefly speak to it before?
Sure, Mr. Dunbar.
I'll just say, you probably saw my emails to the administration, and they expressed to me that they were close and we're working on this, but that we need a little bit more time. And this is something I think we have talked about and we want to get done, but I'm in favor of giving them a little more time.
I didn't mean to, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I didn't mean to breeze past it. So we have three people in the queue. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would appreciate it if the city manager could tell us briefly what the unresolved issues are.
Sure, Mr. City Manager, what can you tell us about the status of negotiations?
Through the chair, I would have to dig it out of my emails, but initially we had quite a long presentation where we revealed that we were we had some significant concerns about the Exhibit A that was attached to this resolution. I should say at the outset, this was not a resolution that we prepared. We had no involvement in it at all, in fact. But we have been separately working on coming to terms for an infrastructure coordination agreement with Eklutna. We were pretty significantly far apart when this draft was presented, but I think we're much closer now. The last draft I showed, and I don't know if Steve Nuss is here. He could probably give us a little bit of assistance here from AWU. We were down to, I think, some things which were more described as details rather than major differences, and those are including things as to whether the initial transmission lines includes valve turnouts. Well, we always assumed that they would, but now we were saying that more explicitly, that kind of thing. I don't know, Steve, if there's anything else that should be added to that description.
Through the chair, Member Dyson, Steve Nuss, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Engineering Director. Yes, we are working with Eklutna to bring resolution and agreement on the ICA. There are wording issues. We have only been talking about the water ICA at this point. There's a separate sewer component of it. Part of it boils down to what the actual costs are going to be. We're working on estimating those costs to make sure we have good information to put into the ICA so we can also go out to ballot at the same time for the improvement district. So that's where we're at.
Is that enough? Or, yeah, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, so I assume, is it fair to assume that when this comes back to us in 2 or 4 weeks that we expect these things will be resolved?
That is what we're working to, and we're trying to get to a mutually agreeable ICA. Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Dunbar, the clerk asked me, Mr. Trainee, you were the second on the motion to go to
I was the second on the motion.
Yeah.
Ms.
Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with postponing this motion. I wanted to share something. Last week I attended 4 community council meetings. They were 2 a night, so it was kind of a dance. But at each community council meeting, as being a new assembly member representing them, I of course shared with them agenda items that had to do with Chugiak Eagle River. And this item caught every single council by surprise. In addition, it alarmed people with the very title, Establishing Housing Development Strategies in Eagle River, without seeing any other document. This is something when you have a group of people who work with a unique comprehensive plan under Title 21 that they have worked on, because in this sense, Anchorage and Eagle River are separate on their rules and numbers for this. You have a group of people who are very protective of that. You also have a group of people who, in general, don't like the government coming in on them. And so when they read something that says someone's going to establish housing development strategies and requesting the mayor, and no offense, sir, to enter into an infrastructure coordination agreement, and they're all going, what's that? So, but my biggest concern is that it was not presented even as a mention at any of these community councils. Now, we do know that the AWU agreement and the preparation for the water and the balloting, we dealt with a year and a month ago, when I was one of the members of the Birchwood Community Council speaking on that. And through that, we were able to, you folks passed some legislation that was very helpful in protecting the residents of Birchwood. But the biggest reason I want to say on this is that we have to keep people involved of what's going on. And when something this important is going on in the neighborhood, it's important that we are very transparent. And AWU has been working with us. We talk with them monthly, and their answer is we're waiting for other parties to negotiate so that we can move forward. And so I appreciate that the attempt is to move things forward, but I also appreciate that I'm hearing that the administration is currently doing their best to work out a solution. But again, my number one concern is the lack of information sent out to the community in something that, because of the wording, could be very alarming to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winhoff. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Has anyone notified the folks at Eklutna of the intent to postpone this item, or were they anticipating this passing tonight?
Mr. Constant, since I made the motion, yes, I have spoken with members, and actually the chair of, Aaron, are you the chair of the board? Well, a member from Eklutna is here, and the president of the Eklutna tribe is here.
So, okay, I just want to make sure that they are fully up to speed. Otherwise, it feels like a one-sided negotiation, which is never a good idea.
Mr. Chair, could I ask Mr. Leggett perhaps to come and speak briefly if he'd like to?
Yeah, recognize you, and you can ask him a question. Mr. Leggett, if you'd like. And then you, Mr. Trainee.
Yali Athanda Shishida Aaron Leggett Gashtanak Shi Chu Chata Denainak Shi. Hello everyone. Again, my name is Aaron Leggett. I'm one of the 5 members of the Eklutna Inc. board, and I'm also the president and chief of the native village of Eklutna. And if there's any specific questions that you have, I'll be happy to attempt to answer them. I do not speak on behalf of Eklutna Inc. specifically, but I do have some insights. Also, I would like to point out for the record that, the people of Eklutna for 100 years have not had much in the way of notice when things have happened and development has happened in our own backyard. So I know how frustrating that can be when you watch development in your homeland occur. So,
Mr. Dunbar, did you have a question for Mr. Ligon?
No, I guess I just wanted to make sure that.
I do.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure that your team was made aware of this potential change and that it wasn't out of the blue and shocking and you aren't feeling left holding a bag.
Yeah, no, I was just in the neighborhood, and so I saw that it was on the agenda, and in the event that perhaps it was going to pass, although I'm sure I would have heard about it had it.
So, okay, that raises another question then. Was it just you that knew that this was on the agenda, only in passing, or were other people notified?
My conversation was with Mr. McQueen.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Correct.
Fair is fair.
In as far as, I'm sure that there was communication with our leadership.
Thank you. I have Ms. Trainee or Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank
Do you want to ask Mr. Leggett anything?
Just administration, I appreciate you guys working on this. I brought this forward along with Amy and Fred, so I appreciate you guys working on this. I look forward to what we're going to have on the 12th of February. Thank you very much, administration.
Ms. Wimhoff, did you have a question for Ms. Leggett or just?
Actually, just a comment.
Okay.
I
Thank
do.
you, Ms. Leggett, for all you do.
Well, actually, a comment in appreciation for him.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you very much for coming forward. I think that the issue that I brought forward is something that you just mentioned. When you watch something going on and you're not quite sure, and all you really need is someone to say hey and communicate so that there's understanding. And so the Eklutna is an incredible neighbor. They're a major part of Chugiak Eagle River, and the work that Anchorage is doing with them is admirable. And I think that the concept of working hard to plan for the growth of our community and Eklutna's willingness to work with that, I think has been wonderful. So I'm just repeating the concept that making sure everyone knows. So I do appreciate, Mr. Dunbar, that you had made sure that Mr. McQueen had was knowledgeable about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Thank you for being here.
Chanan.
We have a motion by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Trainee, to move consideration of this item to February 12th. Any further debate on that motion? Members may proceed to vote on that motion. That motion passes unanimously 11-0. Next up is item 13B, and normally we'd continue public hearing, but Madam Clerk, we haven't opened public hearing on this matter?
It was opened and you just need to
I see. We'll continue public hearing on this matter. It's an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1705-10 to add a reasonableness standard to the definition of chronic animal noise. Anybody wish to testify on this item? Welcome. Please spell your name and identify your neighborhood.
Allegra Hamer, Allegra Hamer, and I am the current chair of the of the Animal Care and Control Advisory Board.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. I'm here tonight both personally and on behalf of the board. We would like to express our appreciation to the members of the Assembly for considering our determination. You brought this proposed ordinance to us in April, and we had some concerns with it. We felt it would potentially, the way it was originally worded, would potentially undo some of the hard work that the whole Assembly had done for the barking ordinance, or noise ordinance, but we all know it's dog barking. And we were concerned that the reasonableness standard perhaps would undo that. And by revisiting the intent of the most recently proposed code, which was to present reasonableness into the whole code, you came up with a solution that provided both reasonableness and also recognized that the overwhelming majority of chronic animal noise complaints are continuous barking by dogs unless can be proved otherwise. And we were able to look at that revision to your proposal, and we came back with a slight modification of it, which just strengthened the dog barking, because we do know that's what it's about. So I just wanted to thank you again for working on this, and hopefully the good boy rule that I heard about during the work session will be proposed. So thank you again.
Wait for just 1 second. Did the Animal Control Advisory Board then pass a resolution saying with this amendment we like it, or?
Yes, we did.
Great. And Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to clarify what I just heard, because I think maybe I have a different idea of what this does than what I just heard you say, and maybe I just heard you wrong, or we have a different idea. So what I just heard you say is that the presumption would be that 5 minutes of dog barking would be illegal unless you could prove there wasn't 5 minutes of dog barking. That's
not what I meant.
Okay, good.
No, I meant unless it could be proved otherwise that it was not disturbing someone.
That wasn't reasonable.
That's the reasonableness.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, like barking on a moose is reasonable.
Right, thank you.
Excellent. Appreciate your work and your time. Are there any, Ms. Winhoff?
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm clarifying as well, this doesn't apply in the same way to mushing facilities or mushing communities.
That's correct.
That they, it says for a maximum of 20 consecutive minutes, 4 times per day. I imagine that's feeding time. And,
Yes.
And we're going to go run time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate your service. I don't see any other questions or comments.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public wish to testify? Anyone else who would like to testify on this matter? Anyone at all? Welcome, sir.
No, we did not introduce the S version.
Hi, my name is Eric Miller, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I was just sitting in the back there kind of watching the dialogue. I came here in support of Stacy Lang and the Drag Queen Story Hour, and I just think it would be interesting to get a larger public opinion about this. Certainly,
Do you have any testimony about this item, the animal
I'm
noise
sorry.
item?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I thought it was open. Apart from this, was open to the public. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Sorry.
At the end of the meeting.
Thank you all. Any public testimony on the animal noise, reasonable standard to the chronic animal noise ordinance? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, second by Ms. LaFrance. Are there any amendments?
Yes, I would move Croft Amendment Number 1. Purpose of Croft Amendment Number 1 is to incorporate the language sent to us by the Animal Care and Control Advisory Board.
Get a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
That's it. It just brings into comportment with what the Animal Care Advisory Board, so we sent them some proposed language. They reviewed it and sent us back, and I think their language tightens up a little bit or makes more clear what we had sent to them, so it's fair.
Mr.
I urge
Dunbar.
your support.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, Mr. Constance. Did you move the original or the S version?
We already had moved the original version. That's the version that was on the table before it got kind of extended for the purpose of going to the Animal Care Advisory Board. So it's the original version, not the S version.
Okay.
Yeah, there was the original, the S was under consideration, and instead, the original with this amendment is being proposed. Any further discussion on amendment number 1? Members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1. Oh, Gretchen?
Sorry, just a quick question. When you say animals, chronic animals, not dogs, you mean like chickens and horses and that type of stuff? Okay.
Noisy turtles?
You had one? Thank you.
Yeah, I think dogs are the overwhelming majority of complaints, and after that, I think chickens would run second. Any other discussion on amendment number 1? Then members may proceed to vote now.
I'm not sure we did that right. Sorry, I'm going to reset that.
Clerk is going to reset the roll. We're working through it. Members may proceed to vote again, or wait.
I didn't record the motion, so, or the amendment.
Oh, okay.
So,
Clerk's going to reset the board, and we'll vote again on amendment number 1 in just a second. We're ready?
You're ready.
Members may proceed to vote.
Okay, that would be amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1 passes 11-0. They put the text of amendment number 1 there. That brings the main motion before us. Is there further discussion on this ordinance as amended? Mr. Weddleton.
I got to give this a shot. Amendment 1, Weddleton, I guess. Looking at, I guess I should have done this when we were doing the proposed amendment. So let me, oh no, I'm sorry, no, but it's very simple. So, okay, so look, I'm sorry, looking at the main thing here. I'm sorry, chronic animals. I would like to recommend deleting, if you look at the main ordinance.
Probably working from the amendment, because it's got most of the it's got really all the language in it.
If you prefer. Okay, so looking at amendment number 1, which was now adopted, on the end of the second line, delete the word during, and all the way through, down a couple lines to 7 a.m.
Second.
Okay, and if I may speak to it.
Yeah, Mr. Weddle.
It simplifies it, shortens it, and says what we mean, which is always should be our goal. And basically, the message we want to send is that 5 consecutive minutes is the threshold. And to say 5 consecutive minutes during daytime noise period, and then say 5 consecutive minutes during nighttime noise period is simply confusing and doesn't add any more meaning to it. So this just says very simply what we mean. 5 minutes, that's the threshold. And these time periods don't matter.
Okay. We'll bring the...
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you are, but we'll bring the Animal Control Advisory Board representative back up. But Mr. Constant is next in the queue.
Well, I was in queue for the main motion, but I actually think it doesn't change anything to take all those words out, and so it seems pretty reasonable. But I look forward to hearing from smarter people than I.
Help us with whether that's extraneous language or necessary and does something.
Okay, it may appear to be extraneous on the top there, but it does actually come into play in the mushing facilities because the exception for mushing facilities is during daytime. So the definition is important at some point.
So in the next section, Mr. Weddleton, they make a distinction about a daytime period versus night. So this is almost this is a definition, and the definition of daytime noise period then is used later.
This sure is a convoluted way to say something simple.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather see than down at 5 consecutive minute limit
from 7.
10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Or you can do it
Define
daytime.
it under the
So put
under
it
the
down
mushing
there.
side. Is that?
And I would just say, having read this, I had to read it, and I said, what's the difference here? And I must have spent 5 minutes pondering it.
It was
Find
leftover
out that
language
it's-
from when there were 2 different time limits for day and night, which is what we fixed in 2015.
But thank you for that.
Okay. Is that it?
Hold on just one second. But Mr. Dunbar, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I noticed the same thing and thought about making the same amendment Mr. Weddleton put forward, but then I also noticed the issue on the bottom there too. And I guess my question is for Mr. Gates or for for Ms. Hamer, is the term daytime or nighttime defined anywhere else in this rather large title?
I don't think so, but I couldn't say for sure.
Because if it is, then this is truly extraneous, and we can delete this without worry.
Would
If
the
not-
recommendation be that we should add that definition?
Well, I don't know about that. Not in this ordinance at any rate.
Okay.
This ordinance is pretty focused. But the question is whether we can just get rid of it or we have to get rid of it and then do a little bit more adding to that second sentence. But either way, I agree notionally with what Mr. Weddleton is trying to do. Where it is now is confusing because I read it. I had to read it 2 or 3 times too to say, like, wait, am I crazy here? It's saying 5 consecutive minutes in both periods, so why even make the distinction? So I don't know if Mr. Gates has had time to research the title or if anyone else has. But if it is defined, we can get rid of it. If not, we'll do a little bit more massaging of the ordinance.
Wish you wouldn't. Mr. Gates?
Excuse me. Oh, well, I did a quick search just now. I don't see daytime defined anywhere in Title 17. I think you would use the common meaning of the term then. And I have seen it defined in Title 9 for traffic, where they reference it as to, I think, 30 minutes before, or 30 minutes after sunset, 30 minutes before sunrise. I don't know if you can really transfer that definition, but that would be, I think, a common sense meaning.
Good, thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant.
Would it be proper to make an amendment right now? I would move to amend, what I have is,
There's an amendment on the floor. Are you doing an amendment to the amendment?
You want me to try amend my amendment, and then you can nominate?
yeah, either way. I think it's proper. Let's just tackle it, add
Okay.
4 more words from 10 to 7 after the word noise. And
Well, wait, there's an amendment on the floor. Are you amending his amendment?
I can, or Mr. Weddleton can.
Let me try. Okay. I got something jotted down here. So amending my amendment, and I have to apologize, Mr. Gates did email me this afternoon and says, John, where the amendment shall be proposing, knowing that happens for me once in a while. And I said, nothing yet, but here I am. So the amendment would be what I've stated already, but then would, on the 4th line from the bottom, replace daytime noise, delete daytime noise, and replace it with the period from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So it would read, a licensed mushing facility as defined below shall be excused from the 5 consecutive minute limit for the period from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. only, up to 4 times per day.
Second.
I think. Never mind.
Does that get us there?
We don't even need to amend the amendment. I believe if he is the mover and I am the second, we can just change the already notional amendment to do that.
Okay.
Mr. Weddleton, you were in the queue, but that's what you wanted to say?
Correct.
Mr. Vice Chair, could I be recognized to speak?
Mr. Croft.
Thank you. It took me a while to realize how carefully a balanced thing this was, and when we just sort of barged in to do good, people who deal with this all the time patiently, and I appreciate it, pointed out how delicate a balance it is, how much thought had gone into it, and how well it works now. There was a tremendous amount of work with the mushing community on the mushing amendment. There's a lot of work on this. And I don't think what you're doing does anything but eliminate some words. So we know now what we're doing fits and works, and we think it'll work, and it works with the mushing community, work and all that. This either does very little or does some damage I can't see. And so under either circumstance, or that little reward for some risk, I just don't think this is the way we should do it. To some extent, we did the amendment on the fly, and I didn't quite get it right last time. Close, but they helped me get it right. So I just wish we wouldn't mess with something that has been through the process, that has, and the definition is useful. You can repeat 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. all through the thing, but we now know, because we defined it up front, what daytime noise period is. And I just worry. I think it probably would be all right, but that's not enough for me. So thank you, Mr. Rivera. Further discussion on the amended amendment, I guess number 2, but Weddleton amendment. Mr. Trainee.
Just that I would expect to get amendments to its entire written form. I'm not voting for anything. It's just given to us on the fly. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
It's still the privilege of any member of this body to make an amendment at any time until the item is closed, and if need be, the item has been moved to reconsider, and the reconsideration fails. And so at this time, I think concision is actually part of our job, the effort to say in as few words as possible and as clearly as possible, and I think we can replace what I count 26 words for 4 and say the exact same thing. It seems darn reasonable to me to be as clear as possible, as simply as possible, which is rare, of course, for politicians. So,
Mr. Constant, speaking in favor of brevity. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the chair on this, that we don't know what we don't know, and it took a while to get to this point. And that if we're going to change it, even though it seems like a very reasonable, obvious change, I think we do need to run it by Ms. Hamer and the board again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just point out that I asked our attorney to look and see if this was defined anywhere else, and he did, I believe, a search for the term daytime noise, or something similar, maybe he could clarify throughout the title and didn't find any other occurrences. And if that's the case, then I believe we can make this change without fear that we are disturbing other parts of the title, on accident. Perhaps also do a search for nighttime noise, Mr. Gates, if you have the chance.
Well, I do believe that's what he said, that he couldn't find the other, but we'll let him speak for himself. Mr. Gates, you didn't find any other of use of this term?
Yes, I found daytime used in 4 instances in the code. Just once in Title 17 in the provision that's in front of you. Once in Title 9, once in Title 11, and once in the Title 11 regulations for taxi cabs.
But, Mr. Gates, do any of those occurrences of daytime rely on this definition? I would assume they would have their own definition in those separate titles, or their own understanding.
Give me a second, please, Mr. Dunbar.
While Mr. Gates looks, we'll come back to you in a second. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Title 9, it just talks about daytime running lights on some vehicles. In Title 11, it's actually related to petroleum transfers at the port. And also in Title 11, it's related to the surveillance cameras required in cabs, that they must have surveillance both during the daytime and nighttime. No definition. Only Title 17 has this within this definition for chronic animal noise. It doesn't define what daytime means, however. I have not searched for other possible uses like during the day. I've only searched for daytime.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to speak in support of Mr. Croft and Ms. LaFrance, and I would suggest that, Mr. Weddleton, that you bring this back perhaps in a different vehicle. This amendment, I don't believe, is particularly germane to the ordinance as a whole, which talks about reasonable standard. That would be my suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Wimhoff?
Yes, I just have a question to make sure I'm understanding this. This is what we've decided we're passing. Is this correct? Okay. The first part. Okay. Because I'm seeing this section, there's a presumption that repeated vocalization by a dog barking for more than 5 minutes, yet I don't see that specified. And the other one, it's where such vocalization unreasonably disturbs the peace. I just want to know if dogs are being picked on. I mean, for that one, I mean, the presumption that any animal noise for 5 minutes, I just want to make sure that what I'm voting on is what I thought we were doing. Maybe you could help me. Thank you.
We can do it offline here quick.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Any other debate on amendment number 2, but Weddleton amendment? Ms. Wimhoff, did you get your questions answered?
I believe so. I was just looking out for our dog community.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further debate on amendment number 2? Seeing no further debate, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 2. That amendment fails 5-6, 5 yeas and 6 nays. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, are there further discussion of the underlying ordinance? Thank you, ma'am. Are you ready for the question? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the ordinance as amended. We are ready to vote.
This is on the
On the underlying ordinance as amended.
Wait, Mr. Chair, then just a quick comment, very quick.
Yes.
And it's just simply to.
Well, wait. So reset the roll.
Yep.
Asked for any comments before, but the clerk will please reset the roll and void the roll. Really.
Real quick.
Mr. Constant.
I just had community council members last night ask me to specifically put into the record that the Animal Control Advisory Board should consider closely whether dogs barking near schools during recess or other scenarios where it would be pretty reasonable for dogs to bark other than just a moose. The good boy standard should be a little more broad than just extremely narrow. So they just asked for, in particular around schools, when there are kids present. Thank you.
That's going to be my legacy.
Any other member who'd like to comment, under debate on the ordinance as amended? I don't have my board up. Anybody? Can indicate? Nope. Seeing no further debate, I am going to go to a vote. Vote is coming up any moment.
They have to reset something.
What happens if I recuse my vote? Recuse. Trainee keeps voting. Want me to tell me?
There's something. I feel like there's like a. If I reset it, it will not let me start voting.
But the way he said it made it sound like changing this title, which is the title. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Who's going to make the motion to postpone on 14A?
Today?
Please not.
It was an S version.
Can you take a look at this?
It was an S version. It was on the addendum. It was on the addendum.
I think we want to have a meetup on 129 and then probably drop it. It's there in case, I don't know, they say, no, we won't. Mr. Weddleton, you broke the machine.
I have a paddle we can all vote with.
We need more paddles.
It could go wrong.
She's still got to get it fixed, but we could do it next.
Okay, so let's wait for next. Okay, so
You want to try? The clerk asked us to try on this, so members may proceed to vote.
I don't need to hit start.
And so the ordinance passes unanimously 11-0. Brings up item 14A. Have we had public testimony? Yeah, so that's right. So 14A is the school bonds in the amount of just over $55 million. After proposing that, or in the process, the school board met and proposed a different amount, an increase of about $4 million, primarily for earthquake damage, primarily in Eagle River. We passed that under. We introduced it, and they'll be coming up on the 29th. So anybody is welcome to testify on the school bond proposal. It is one that is probably going to drop out, and at the next meeting, the new one that they recommended, the $59 million, is going to be discussed. But you can do on either or both even, because they're different enough. So this is on item 14A, the school bond proposal of about $55 million. Any member of the public who'd like to testify?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm in the queue. The reason it was increased is to add money specifically to Eagle River Chugach for earthquake damage. So
Yes.
the money, I want the public to know what the money's for. It's for earthquake damage mitigation.
Quite right. Welcome, sir. Please give us your name, and you may testify.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matson Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process done appropriate, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'm speaking on this issue regarding two bonds that you're asking the public to vote on if it goes on the ballot. And we're talking about a lot of money, $55 million. And I also notice the more complex and complicated an issue is, the more notice, the more opportunity the public will be heard. But what's not said in this issue, and needs to be said now, and I've addressed it before in some ways, is the dealing with the earthquake. We're talking about repairing the schools. As we all know, not just in Anchorage, but in the Matson Valley, there's been substantial damage to the schools. But we also know, and we've looked for over 40 years and addressed the questions, is the high-risk areas where things were built. The schools did not make it, some of them, very badly. And this rebuilding, this going to the public and asking for funds to rebuild, and rebuild where? Are these schools that you're looking for $55 million from the public to be rebuilt in high-risk areas?
I've read it under.
I call that very obscene to even do that. The first thing should be done is note for the record where these high-risk areas for these schools are. If they're in the high-risk areas, you need immediate steps to not put children in harm's way. And that's what we've been doing in Anchorage for a number of decades. Now, I addressed an issue, a question over 40 years ago with George Sullivan as mayor in the Assembly. Is the municipality of Anchorage liable for allowing to build in high-risk areas? And the question was not answered then. It was not answered a few days later after this recent earthquake, and it still has not been answered. But let's go to this issue right here that's before you. You're going to the public to ask for money and approve an election and on the ballot, and the public doesn't even know. Is this going to be another example of throwing money over bad? But worse than that, allowing the children to be in high-risk areas. We need to stop it. We need to look at it right now and not later. We need to stop the idea of rebuilding the idea without looking at the question of where these high-risk areas are, looking at the liability of the municipality of Anchorage to allowing the rebuilding, not just in the schools, but in the commercial and residential areas of this area. So I'm asking you to understand that you are allowing for additional public comment later on because there's more information coming out. But what's the missing link to this whole thing is the public is being told, we want to ask you to spend more money, but where? In high-risk areas? Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. I don't see any other questions. Any other public testimony? And I described it, but what we're considering is an ordinance submitting to qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of issuing general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage not to exceed $55,113,000 to pay the costs of capital improvements for the Anchorage School District at the April 2nd, 2019 municipal election. And there was on today's agenda a different version of that at $59 million. They'll both be back before us on January 29th. Mr. Dunbar.
If there's no one else to testify tonight, I would move to continue public testimony until the 29th.
Great. I appreciate it. I shouldn't have recognized you until I know. Any other public testimony on this item? Anyone at all? We'll close public testimony, and now Mr. Dunbar.
No. Rather than close it, I would suggest that we continue it, Mr.
On this item? Okay, I'll continue public testimony.
Unless the clerk recommends that we close this and have a separate public testimony on the next item. I just think perhaps for members of the public, so no one feels they might have missed their chance.
You're right, Mr. Dunbar. I said they'd have a second chance. So we'll continue public testimony, and then there'll also be public testimony in the other version until January 29th.
I move to continue public testimony until January 29th.
Any objection to that motion?
Just a question.
Mr. Constance.
So Are we going to see a brand-new amended version that has a $59 million total, or are we going to see this item plus an amendment?
Neither one. We're going to see a separate version that was on the addendum, and they'll both be there, and we'll vote on one or the other.
Okay, so we're not having public hearing next time on both items. It would be on the one item, and
I think we could combine them next time, and it was introduced today as an S version on the addendum.
Thank you. I have the document, but it's laid out differently in my setup here, and so I
Mr.
get that.
Weddleton.
Just trying to be sure what we're doing next time.
Okay, so I want to check on that too, because my understanding, Ms. Wynn Pearson's here, is that on the school district bonds, the school board recommends something to us, and we either thumbs up or thumbs down. We don't go in and pull stuff out or put it in. Is that correct? So now we have an odd situation. We're going to have two, but that's not how we do it.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's my understanding, is that you do sort of, you give a yay or nay to what they've recommended. I'm not sure procedurally in this instance. My understanding in this instance, they're going to send this as a replacement version, but I also may have missed some part of this discussion in the last week, so I might defer to someone who's been present for the last week to talk about whether this is intended as a replacement item or as an alternative item for your consideration.
Can we ask someone who may be here? Or we go with the wisdom of Mr. Trainee?
Wait. So I have Mr. Dunbar next.
I think, no, please take me out of the queue, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Trainee.
They can't shut me up until I'm gone.
You can, just not for very long. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. I attended the school board meeting. Specifically, this came up at the school board meeting. They voted 6-1 to approve this, to send it forward, a modified version, for us as an assembly to adopt the $59 million and send it to voters. We can only deal with the whole amount. That's the reason they did this version. Star's here, school board president, and you can ask her if you don't believe me, but they voted 6-1 to bring this forward to us.
No, I believe that. I understand that. So my question is, shouldn't we just dump the $55 million?
Right.
We shouldn't really move that forward.
So the 14A is ordinance number 2018-109. The new one we have is ordinance number 2019-19. So they will both be up there. It would probably be the best course to, if we pass the one, then reject the other or postpone the other. But they are separate vehicles at this point. And you're right, Mr. Weddleton, we either vote up or down on them. We're not amending them. So there's a motion on the floor to continue public hearing until January 29th from, I thought it was Mr. Dunbar.
Yep.
And seconded by Mr. Peterson. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, to respond to one of Mr. Weddleton's questions, I think that the reason that the concept was to leave both items on the agenda was in case, for example, there was an error in the public notice or we had another earthquake and we didn't get it publicly noticed, then this item would still be before the body on the 29th.
Thank you. Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I was in some discussions about this matter with the Public Finance Division, Ross Isvold, who communicated with Bond Council and the school district, and their plan was to, or requested to have both of these items continued to the 29th, have this one in front of you, have the public hearing continued to the 29th, and on the 29th you would have the two alternative separate ordinances. In your packet, in the blue folder, you have the 9F23, the $59 million bond matter. The school board passed a resolution, that's the last page, that pretty much states the Anchorage School Board's position on this. They passed this just this past last Monday night, so this was put together in short order. I think that was one of the reasons they want to insulate any possible errors doing that so quickly. So we have both of them in front of you on the 29th, both of them still open for public hearing. That was the request and the ask.
Mr. Constant, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Gates.
So maybe I don't have 2019-19 in the Granicus system. Maybe it's just not here, but I can't seem to find it anywhere. So maybe, yeah, but in the online system, it just plugs it all in. And so under 14A, it's not there that I can see. And, the frustration coming up for delaying the process, I think it's, we're going to spend $55 or $59 million. We should get it right. And so I would love to see that copy, yeah.
It's in the addendum packet. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak again in favor of the idea of continuing public hearing and not killing this item. And I understand that in some ways it seems like a vestigial tale, and we're going to vote on the S version next time. But I can just tell you, and not to cast aspersions on our friends in the media, but I do think that some people will perceive that if we vote it down, that we voted against the school bond. And I just do not want that message to be communicated. And I think there were some people who were planning, I know there's one community in particular who was planning on testifying when they thought the bond was actually going to come up and be voted on, and they're not here tonight that I can see, and I think it's because they believe this discussion is going to happen at the next meeting. So again, I both for public notice and for public perception, I urge us to continue this public hearing rather than close it and kill what admittedly is not an item that we are likely to pass on the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you take a look at 2019-19, look at who did that. It was put together by Cynthia Weed, Bond Counsel. So we made sure this meets all the requirements of Bond Counsel. School district paid for it, and it's done by their Bond Counsel. Now, we can simply not take action when we get to 2018-109. That will die for lack of us taking any action and approve the $59 million to send the voters. We have that option, but tonight what we're going to do is just continue this till the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Trainee.
Chairman.
We have before us the motion to continue this public hearing until January 29th on item 14A. Are members ready to vote? Members may proceed to vote. He's making his way forward. That item passes 11-0. Next item before us is item 14B, an ordinance in the municipality of Anchorage, AO number 2018-119, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the state of Alaska Clean Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $38,040,209 for the purposes of financing a portion of 26 AWWU capital improvement wastewater projects and providing for related matters. What's the wish of the body? Oh, I'm sorry. This item is open for public testimony. Anybody wish to testify on this item? Item 2018-119. Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Are you ready for the question? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote. You broke it.
You touching the dice?
That item passes 11-0. 0, as it were. Item 14C, AO number 2018-120, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $15,139,000 for the purpose of financing a portion of 12 AWU capital improvement water projects and providing for related matters. Public testimony is now open on item 14C. Any public testimony? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on item 14C? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Rivera? That item passes 11 to nothing. 11 to 0. Next item is item 14D, AR number 2018-384, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $696,750 in the form of a reimbursable grant award from the State of Alaska Land and Water Conservation Grant Fund program to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Fund within the Department of Parks and Recreation to be used for the purpose of upgrading Chachnu Muldoon Park.
You only have people have to think you do.
Public testimony is now open. Is there any public testimony on this matter? Any member of the public who'd like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. There's a second fight going on, but okay. It's been moved and it's been seconded at least once. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11 to 0. Next item is item 14E, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $200,712.15 of insurance proceeds as a contribution and appropriating said contribution from the Traffic Department 2018 operating budget, Area-wide General Fund, to the Area-wide General Capital Improvement Program Fund, all within the Traffic Department for repair and maintenance of traffic signals and signage. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's very civilly done. Any discussion? Oh, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would like to ask the administration to prepare a report once a year that talks about the signal replacements that have to be done, because I know that there are substantial costs and there are probably patterns. I have one. It's an AFD signal. It's one of their light sensors. It gets knocked down like 3 times a year so far, and I just would love to have a report on that. Thanks.
3 times this year so far, Mr. Constant?
Oh, in the last 12 months. The rolling year.
Hey, Mr. Dunbar, you are recognized to speak.
I'm okay, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Constant is out of the queue. Any other members that would like to speak? Any other discussion of this matter? Members ready to vote? Members may proceed to vote. Item 14E. That item passes 11 to 0. Next up is item 14F, a resolution confirming levying special assessments for Special Assessment District 18-4, which constructed a gas line extension serving the Canyon Road area and setting the date of assessment. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Public testimony is now open on this matter. Any member of the public may testify at this time. Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, this is about the 4th time we've seen this, so I'm glad we let it go this time. And I'd like to give a nod to Tim Connolly, who sat through this meeting and at least 3 others on this. He could have dug the ditch in the time he sat here waiting for these to come up and go that quick. So anyway, thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Further discussion?
Question.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
I mean, politician.
You know, we were acting that out.
That item passes 11 to 0. Item 14G, AR number 2018-394, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered $3,296,000 of a Section 5307-5340 grant from the Federal Transit Administration and appropriating $88,728 as a contribution from the 2018 operating budget, Area-wide General Fund for Municipal Central Service Agency support to the federal grant fund for preventive maintenance activities, all within the Public Transportation Department. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Item 14H, AR number 2018-397, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount of $223,191 to the area-wide general and various service areas capital improvement project funds from premiums on the sale of 2018 General Obligation Bond Series A for the payment of bond issuance costs in an amount of $217,893 and for contributions in an amount of $5,298 from the same area-wide general and various SA CIP funds to their respective area-wide general and various SA operating funds for the future debt service payments. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public may testify. Anyone wish to testify on this item 14H? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Item 14I, a resolution of the Anchorage.
Can I interject? I wonder if I could make a move to change the order of the day to deal with 9D14 now.
Now that Ms. Winperson is back?
Right. This also lets our youth advisor deal with it before she has to scoot because.
Oh, excellent. I appreciate that,
adult
Mr.
topics
Weddleton.
coming up.
Second.
Before we get to alcohol and drugs, the alcohol and drugs section of the evening. So it's been moved and seconded to change the order of the day to move, what, it was 9D23?
14.
9D14 before us. You seconded, Mr. Constant? Any objection to doing that, to changing the order of the day? Thank you, Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee, did you want to speak on that?
Yes, I did, if you don't mind,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. To our clerk, to our attorney, is any of this money used to further the appeal process, or is this money all being used for things they've already dealt with?
Through the chair, this money is predominantly to pay the residual costs of trial. So bills from trial that have come in after looked at the amount of the appropriation that existed and the bills coming in from trial and realized we needed an additional appropriation in order to pay all trial bills. This also covers the cost of post-judgment motion practice, which I've discussed with this body. As a matter of public record, we've filed a post-judgment motion for alteration of the amount of the judgment as a matter of law. We also have some post-judgment motion practice ongoing regarding the appropriate amount of fees and costs that the municipality will pay as a result of the judgment. None of this money is allocated toward or would go toward any potential appeal. This is entirely to pay, again, trial costs and the cost of limited post-judgment motion work, which is already in process.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I've got no questions on this, John. No objection to it being approved either.
Any further discussion on item 9D14, which is the Assembly Memorandum AM 51 2019 on professional legal services, Littler Mendelson, Amendment number 3, relating to the Henry litigation? Any discussion on this matter? Are members ready to vote? Members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We're back on our regular agenda, item 14I, AR 2019 11-14, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit or SLRPA for a beverage dispensary tourism use and license number 5678 for JPK Anchorage, LLC, doing business as Staybridge Suites, Anchorage.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. What's the will, or any member who would like to testify may come forward on item 14I. Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this special land use permit? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just want to point out that this is one of those hotels in Midtown that seem to sprout up like mushrooms, and I just want to draw attention to that because it seems to be one of the most booming businesses in Anchorage is to build a hotel and put a liquor license in it. Just an observation.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Further discussion on item 14I. Ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That item was approved 11-0. Item 14J, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for AK Slow Burn Cannabis Outlet, LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M10898, doing business as AK Slow Burn Cannabis Outlet.
Waive reading for the prosecutor.
Public testimony is now open on item 14J. Anyone for public testimony? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
We looked at this very carefully at the Community and Economic Development Committee meeting on January 10th, and we recommended approval.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. At the Mountain View Community Council last night, they also did not express any objection to this petitioner. And in fact, the community at large has discussed how this individual operator has gone above and beyond any of the other operators that I know of to be an investor in the community, to show up, participate, and it's laudable. So I support this energy too as well.
Further debate on item 14J. Hearing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Item 14K, AR 2019-13, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 5723 for Anchorage Ale House, LLC, doing business as Matanuska Brewing Company.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, was there an amendment on, there we go, sorry. I speak it and Lisa brings it. Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public testimony is now open on item 14K. Any public testimony on the Matanuska Brewing Company license or land use permit? Any at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion, Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to this amendment that I drafted and my choice of words here. And the amendment, I guess you haven't moved that yet. Perhaps I should wait.
The amendment?
Yeah.
If you want to speak to the amendment, is that what you were in the queue to do, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, I can speak. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun.
Yeah, we'll get you back in, Mr. Gates. So, Mr. Rivera.
So I would like to move proposed amendment number 1.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to discuss it now, Mr. Rivera, or have Mr. Gates just...
I'm happy to go after Mr. Gates.
Okay, Mr. Gates, you're back up.
Oh, thank you. I drafted this, and I just wanted to speak to some word choice here. Yeah, the second line in paragraph 7. I said the Matanuska Brewing Company brand of products from a brewery license number. That's sort of according to what the applicant themselves asked for. It's on page 984 of your meeting packet. They pretty much said they just want to sell beer from this package store. I used the word brand of products to just accommodate any future change from beer to maybe some other product that they manufacture there. And the brewery license and under state statute, it authorizes the brewery to pretty much brew beer. It doesn't have another product at this time, but you never know, that might change in the future. So this brand of products, instead of saying beer, is just intended to have longevity. But I just wanted to point that out in case it was confusing.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to speak to the amendment, at a community council meeting of the Midtown Community Council, and also seen in the packet in the comments section, there's a particular comment worried about this being a full package store. And it makes sense for this particular community council, seeing as they had recently dealt with mom and pops, and they do not feel that they need more density of package stores in that particular area. But this is different in that this package store will only be selling the products, as this amendment states, from the Matanuska Brewing Company. So they're going to be only selling their craft brews. It's not going to be a full package store, and the neighborhood is in support of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Trainee.
The president of Midtown, he has no objection to this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Going to pass the gavel to Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Croft.
Thank you. And thank you to Mr. Gates for noting. I'd noted before on this license that my wife's architecture firm did a little early work when they were remodeling from the prior location. It's the reason I took my name off this, though we kind of share the Midtown Community Council between the West and Midtown representatives. I guess I wanted to put that on the record. I don't think this amendment nor the license materially changes. That architecture work is done, but I wanted to ask you now as the acting chair to rule on whether I have a conflict.
It is the ruling of the acting chair that you do not have a conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It appears the applicant is also in favor of this amendment, and on page 54 of 69 actually expresses that request to the Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office Board to limit what can be sold under that license. And so my question is, will that also be done at that level, or do we know? Or maybe it doesn't matter because we have control over what we do locally. Perhaps to Mr. Gates?
I think we're putting it on ourselves, so this is
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If I may. So this item in front of you is the municipality of Anchorage's special land use permit for alcohol. We control that and what goes into those conditions. We have that recommendation from the planning department, and we just got this one here by this amendment. The liquor license itself, we have a opportunity to protest this already. I believe it was the November 20th meeting. I could be wrong about that date. I would double check. However, I looked at this earlier today. At that time, we didn't have this information in that packet from the applicant with his letter saying limit it to brews. So the municipality, the assembly here passed a conditional protest to get the special land use permit and certification from the fire department but we weren't aware of this request to add this condition. Now, in terms of the ABC board, they wouldn't have a request from the municipality to add that condition to the license, but they do have that letter to the ABC board at the state level. And I don't know what they've done, if anything, yet, or if they're going to add that condition to the license itself. So that's a question mark. But we have this in front of us now to add locally.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
Just wanted to note that this now is the second microbrewery, local brewery, that's opening inside of its store a package store. And I think we're seeing a new model of local development. And it's worth paying attention to because we might come up with a streamlined model for this from a permitting side in the future. And I think it's a good thing for the community.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I took you off, Mr. Gates. I take it you said what you needed to do? Needed to?
I'm all done, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying with the letter on page 54 of 69 that we were just referencing. It specifies the Eagle River and Midtown Anchorage stores. Is that, but I don't see that on the title of the
He's saying he'll accept that restriction in both, but we're just dealing with the Midtown license here.
Okay, so there's two separate licenses. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on amendment number 1?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if the petitioner is here and wants to speak to this, but if he is, it might be worth hearing. No.
Any representative from this this establishment, the Matanuska Brewing or Ale House, Anchorage Ale House? I don't see him. He did come to the community council, but I don't see him. I note amendment number 1 clearly in the purpose says slurpa twice, using the proper terminology. If there's no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11 to nothing. 11 to nothing. That brings the underlying AR 2019-13 as amended before us. That was just the amendment. Yeah. Almost there. Any discussion on AR 2019-13 as amended? Any at all? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
We got to pay those gerbils where money to produce more electricity.
Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11 to nothing. That brings us to the conclusion of our calendar to special orders. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
And assembly comments as well.
We open mic first.
Well, special orders are on. Do we usually do special orders or just assembly comments?
No orders for me. My order is.
I've been told I just say special orders, there are none. So at some point we'll take a look at this agenda item. Now it's audience participation. There was a person who wanted to speak. Mr. Haberman, you're welcome to come on up. But there was also, and anyone may speak on any item that wasn't on the agenda that you didn't have an opportunity to speak on. So there was somebody who wanted to speak about the
Eric Miller. Eric Miller, I think, was it?
Was he? Anyway. Okay, you're welcome to testify on anything that wasn't before us where there was public testimony, including the LUSAC library or anything you want at this time.
Come on down.
This is audience participation. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Hufford. I'm a lifelong resident of this fair city.
And I came out to just hear both sides of the story on the Drag Story Hour, and rather than give my opinion or anything else, just kind of what Assemblyman Dyson alluded to earlier of presenting something as normal to young children. There's a lot of power in that, of what you show kids. And I don't want to even say my own words. I want to read what Michelle Cretella, MD, President of the American College of Pediatricians, and Quentin Van Meter, MD, Vice President of the American College of Pediatricians and a pediatric endocrinologist, and Paul McHugh, MD, University Distinguished Service Professor of Psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medical School and the former psychiatrist in chief at Johns Hopkins Hospital. This is what they had said in a paper. Conditioning children into believing a lifetime of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex is normal and healthful is child abuse. Endorsing gender discordance as normal via public education and legal policies will confuse children and parents, leading more children to present to gender clinics where they will be given puberty-blocking drugs. This in turn virtually ensures they will choose a lifetime of carcinogenic and otherwise toxic cross-sex hormones and likely consider unnecessary surgical mutilation of their healthy body parts as young adults. Rates of suicide are nearly 20 times greater among adults who use cross-sex hormones and undergo sex reassignment surgery, even in Sweden, which is among the most LGBTQ-affirming countries. What Stacy had shared earlier was in no way attacking anyone from that community and not at all suggesting, when she shared those numbers and what those numbers I just said, in no way suggesting that that is a route that should be taken. It is a heavy weight that is put on young children who ultimately, at a rate of 20 times higher, choose to take their life. And again, the words used by the president and vice president of the American College of Pediatricians is that conditioning children, which the website for Drag Queen Story Hour, because that was actually a website for that, says that it's about conditioning children to believe in a lifetime of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex as normal and healthful is child abuse. So I just think something we take very, very seriously, and as Assemblyman Dyson referred to earlier, of just looking into more thoroughly how this came to be allowed here. And that's all I've got to say.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, ma'am. Before you go, so the American College of Pediatricians was founded in 2004. There are about 500 members, not thousands and thousands like the American Academy of Pediatricians, in which they attempt to look like. Did you know that the American College of Pediatricians was listed as a hate group and has stood on a policy that gay parenting is child abuse? That just LGBT people having children of their own is child abuse? That's a policy position of the American College of Pediatricians. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, no.
I would suggest to dig deep into the source material there because they come with a very heavy bias.
Right. To me, when I do see that someone was the psychiatrist in chief at Johns Hopkins Hospital and a distinguished service professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins, that to me is a level of credence. That's not just anyone
right.
serves in those positions. So that is why I shared that, because I did feel like that is someone who comes from a background of a lot of knowledge and experience.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other testimony on any subject not covered in public testimony today? Welcome, sir.
Hi, welcome. Thank you. My name is Chris Tachi. Been a resident since 1980. I get a little upset, I guess, when I hear that word hate. If I disagree with somebody, I don't know any of you personally, I would venture to say that if any one of you were on the side of the road, flat tire, needing help, I'm going to help you. Now, we might disagree in ideologies or things like that, but if I disagreed with you because you like spaghetti with red sauce and I like cream sauce, it's okay to disagree. But throwing around the word hate, it just, I wasn't going to say much, but it just upsets me that that young lady just shared. I don't think she hates anybody. Okay, just to make sure that's clear, it just fires me up. The gentleman that shared, I'm a little confused tonight. What is exactly a drag queen? What is this? Can someone give me a definition?
Well, I mean, this is public testimony.
Okay, all right, well, then maybe I'm not supposed to ask a question.
No, you can ask it, it just usually doesn't get an answer.
Okay, well then, thank you for clarification. All right, well, I have 3 grandsons, and I'm going to come to the library. I'm going to investigate what this is. And he said something about costume. I didn't know what the costume was. And so, but anyhow, I just got concerned about what we're allowing in our public places. If that's okay to have concern, and I do. And so I guess that's about what I'm going to say on that. I just feel like if we open it up to certain groups, we're going to have to open it up to other groups. Is that fair? Like maybe groups we disagree with, like when it comes to Mormonism or Jehovah's Witness or Buddhism, Muslims. I mean, are we going to open story time up for all of that too?
Yeah.
Okay.
But sorry, I was answering your question. I said I wouldn't, but Ms. Wimhoff may have a question for you or a comment. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for speaking about what your opinion is. I also want to thank you for considering bringing your grandchildren to the program as a parent or a grandparent. Congratulations, that's even better.
Yeah.
The question I have is do you suppose that most children are accompanied by their parents at this program?
I would make that assumption, since if they're small, how would they get here?
Okay.
Or unless, is this a drop-off program?
I'm not sure. I've not been there, and I want to go because I want to know more about it. I like stories being read to me, so I'm kind of into that. But my thought is if parents, you may decide that that's not something that you want to come back to, because it's not something that you want your children you might want to do something else, and that's your decision to do that. And I just wanted to know if that's kind of how you see that. As a grandparent, hey, I'm going to check this out with my grandchildren. If it looks like something we're enjoying, great, and if it doesn't, then we just won't go again. Is that kind of how you're looking at this?
Yeah, I would say that would be a fair statement. And if it's something I'm totally in disagreement with, or if it more so, if I don't like it, I'm not going to be here, but I won't support it. But I want to know, are we going to be opening ourselves up to a can of worms of all kinds of things down the road?
Do worms come in cans?
Pardon me?
Do worms come in cans?
Yeah, well, Let me ask you a question about worms. What's worse than biting into an apple and finding a worm?
I've been fortunate not to have that happen. Thank you.
Half a worm.
The answer is half a worm.
Right.
Thank you. You spoiled his punchline. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you.
Honesty and innocence.
Sir, I would apologize that if I came across to say that I pointed to someone and said, I believe you hate. I apologize, and I understand your passion, and I certainly didn't intend that. Just pointing to that source, just being very careful about who you quote, because sometimes they come with a lot of baggage and history, but I apologize. It certainly was no intent of mine to point at you or anyone else and claim that you, out of the love for your children, are coming here out of hate. All I've seen is respect.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I talk about the stoplight issue? Is that separate, or step out of line and then come back?
You can't come back, but I had about 30 seconds on the clock when the question started, but go ahead. Why don't you tell us briefly, if you could.
And I don't know if it applies on who's in charge of the city about numeric countdowns. It would be wonderful. I'm a professional truck driver, and I come through the city, and safety is a big deal to me. And it's just a minute thing at least I think it is, but all our street lights begin with certain different timers, of course, for certain areas of town. But it would be nice if all the numeric countdowns could be accurate. So some will say you have 15 seconds, and then there's a 3-second delay after it hits 0. Some immediately change at 0. And what would be nice is if we had uniformity across the city. If a numeric countdown tells me I have 32 seconds or 15 seconds, whatever that number is, when it hits 0, I as a driver would know that light is turning yellow.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I think you got the point out, and yeah, that's a little bit more time, but I appreciate it. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Russ Reno. I'm a local resident, been here most of my life. Never thought I'd talk about the subject here tonight, but I heard some things that just kind of said I had to stand up and say something. First thing, my experiences of being around a drag queen is that they usually are raising money for something. It's a camp situation, and it's a lot of fun. I've worked in the media for many years here in Anchorage, and I've had the opportunity of seeing many fundraisers hosted by drag queens, and I got the great opportunity to actually come in and see the story time here at the Lusac Library. And I saw these kids with their parents enjoying some great stories. They were having fun, they were laughing, they were singing songs. And then I watched this look of terror come over their face when a preacher came running in and started screaming that they were going to go to hell and all this stuff going on in the library here. And their faces of their parents are covering their ears and things like this. Are we talking about how someone wants to parent their child? Because I don't want to tell you how to parent your children. I want you to be able to take your child to whatever you want to take them to, and I really don't want to get involved unless I think that a child is truly in danger, and I don't think that's the case here. I saw some kids having a lot of fun, and I hope everybody gets a chance to go see that and allow parents to do that, parent their own children, and let's stay out of their business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reno. Any other public testimony, audience participation, really?
Hi, my name is Andrew Lang. I'm Stacy's husband. Not nearly as prepared as she was, but I appreciate your time. Mr. Constant, you did talk about and apologize for the word hate. And I think that Mr. Brooks, I think it was, who came up before, categorized our concern as hate, and it's not. It's concern for whether or not the people that come to the library, not for Drag Queen Story Hour, whether their kids are put in front of that and they have to ask the question, and their kids ask that question now. Hey, what is that? Or who is that? What is this? And I'm a parent. We're a parent of a little 18-month-old. I want to have this conversation with my child at some point. I want him to understand, to respect, and to show love, and to not judge and not hate. But I want to be in control of that conversation, and I want it to be my words. And so the concern is not the parents that are bringing their kids. We understand that. That makes sense. But it's the kids that are running around the library that see that and ask these questions. And so that's who we're trying to protect. And Mr. Brooks calls himself a wench, a wench at Mad Myrna's, a performance wench at Mad Myrna's. And I'm sorry, there's got to be a better way, a better situation to be able to communicate understanding, respecting this group. I want that. But I just have to disagree with a man dressing up in the way that he does, calling himself a performance wench. That's what our concern is. There's no hate towards a person. We're Christians. We're called not to judge, not to condemn. It's very important. I don't have that power over anybody, and I would never try to have that power over anybody. It's very important for you to understand that. And Mr. Constant, we would like to have a conversation as you challenged my wife earlier. Absolutely. I want to talk about a better way to do this. That's our concern. We appreciate you guys. And it's been great to watch this. Just FYI, you guys should disagree on something. It's been 11-0 on everything.
We are contentious sometimes, but it really wasn't much tonight.
No, it's great. Thank
Dog
you for your
noise
time.
amendment, if you missed it.
There was a
That was a
6-5
big
vote.
one.
Yeah, there was a 6-5
Okay, I'm
vote.
sorry I missed the disagreement. But thank you for your time, for your service, and I hope that might clarify our position and just the discussion that we want to continue to have on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Thank you for the tone of your testimony and for giving it. Yep, thanks. Further audience participation. Welcome, ma'am.
So I'm going to talk about this subject too. And I got to go get my kids, so I got to be fast. I just wanted to address the subject of, sorry?
What's your name?
My name is Wendy Perkins. Thank you. Yes. And I am a mother of 3 children, and I wanted to address the issue of bullying. I want to talk about the issues that are brought up that are concerns of Mr. Constant and Mr. Brooks and this community. I think bullying is a huge issue that we need to deal with, and but not necessarily like saying that, oh, we have to have a drag queen story hour to deal with bullying. That just doesn't make sense. So I guess separating the issues, I think it's really important to teach our children to be respectful and to respect others, but this is not the venue. Does that make sense? And I believe very strongly that these children are too young and they don't have the choice. It's not like they can say, hey, Mom, I don't know about this. Can we go? And especially with them making it really fun and all that, these children are so impressionable. My children are so impressionable at this age that you can literally tell them anything. You can talk about Santa Claus and all this stuff that we know is not true, but they'll believe you. And so anyways, I just wanted to just bring up that point. If you could just open your minds to how impressionable these children are. And I'm thankful that the point was brought up that we can invite other groups to this library, because I intend to do that in the future. I intend to bring clubs that will talk about kindness and love and bring scriptures, the truth of God's word, to this library. And I'm really excited about that. I'm glad that this actually opened a way for that, because I know that would have been so contentious. If I came up here and said, hey, I'm going to bring an evangelism club to the library for children, you'd all be like, oh my gosh, we can never do this. But now I can. So thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. When this came up, I asked the librarian about that same issue. The library is open for meetings of all kinds of different, including what you were describing, and they have been reaching out to the faith community about presentations about. So it always was.
That's great. Yeah,
Good.
I didn't know that at all, but I definitely plan on doing that. She never, so there wasn't a very supportive, I did actually reach out to her and ask her about that, and she never emailed me back. So So I'm glad that that's been confirmed here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just quickly, I don't know that anybody on this body, I know for myself, I would not oppose or protest any group that was civil and, follows the law to be using this public space. And were you here in 2001?
In Alaska, yes.
In Anchorage?
Yes.
So in Anchorage in 2001, we had a mayor that banned LGBT stuff in the library.
Mhm.
It actually has happened before that a civic government of this community banned gays from being here and having their voice expressed, or at least any marcation of them, any image or poster of them. And so is what you're suggesting that we ban people who dress in costume?
No.
Right? And so when you think about what is it that we are asked to do here in this public space that's open to everybody, as long as you follow the rules and the permitting, we've been down that road, and in fact, there was a uprising in this city. 10,000 people marched in the Gay Pride Parade that year, and the ban was lifted because it just couldn't happen. This place is open to you. We want you here.
Well, that's wonderful. And yeah, it's just the concern of parents for young children. And I know that your view is that every parent should raise their child the way that they choose. I understand that. I'm thankful that I get to raise my children the way I want to. But we have to consider, what if I wanted to raise my children and just have incest and all kinds of stuff that most of us would be like, whoa, maybe that's a little too far. I think that there should be parameters, and we should listen to professionals and professional communities. I know that you're discounting what was mentioned earlier, but I think we need to listen to people that have worked with children, have deep education. Just listen to them. I mean, honestly, yeah.
Thank you, and I believe in the professional librarians. I really do. They're amazing, and they make sure this is a safe space. Thank you to the librarians. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Is that good? Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton, did you?
Well, actually not. We have the library director here, and I had some questions.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
If I could.
Okay.
I guess if others want to speak, I mean, you could come last, I guess. Or now, I don't know.
Tango.
Alex Slifka speaking on my personal behalf. It goes to the question of remembering, unfortunately, that our country has a long history of bigotry, as does the state of Alaska. The point was asked, at what age is it appropriate for a parent or a child to ask these questions? We will remember that it is the unfortunate history of this country that there was a policy in the 40s and 50s of separation of race. And so what did you say to your child when they saw a person of color? And was that person different, and was that person okay? We are faced with the same question in relation to people of orientation. At what point is it that a child is allowed to be able to address that? We're talking about what happens in the public space. The library is no different from any street, and everybody has the right to be in that space. The people that were speaking here very rightly highlighted a very high rate of suicide in people of different sexual orientation. And that rate is due to the very unfortunate amount of discrimination they face and have faced. And so I applaud this body as an individual for standing up for the rights of people, all people, including people of varying faiths and backgrounds, to be able to access all of these spaces and to reach each other at their same level as individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further audience participation? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christine Hill. Acceptance, tolerance, respect, love cannot be legislated. That has to be learned at the home, in the church, and in our schools. We have what's acceptable behavior and what's unacceptable behavior, period. It sounds pretty interesting as far as entertaining to me, as far as people are getting dressed up and acting out and presenting various stories. But I do not believe that the library, the public library, is the venue for that, or for any of those things for that matter. And I may suggest to those people that want to offer that I think that's a business in itself. If people are interested in that, they can come to their homes, or they can go to coffee shops or various other places, but I do not believe the public library is a venue for all these different venues. This is not the place for that. And I don't, because what we're doing is we're imposing our beliefs onto other people, and if people are interested in that, then I think it perhaps should be a private business and industry. But this should not be the facility for it at this location or any of that. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't see any questions in the queue. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
She's back. She testified before. Isn't that misleading? Isn't that misleading? Or is it not?
Again,
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I really
We were
appreciate
just
it.
discussing whether you could. You spoke under, you're Ms. Lang, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was the 3 minutes that you had.
Okay, I was told that I would be able to speak again during this portion of the meeting.
By whom?
I can't remember his name. I spoke with him out in the hallway briefly. So that's not correct?
It might be me, Mr. Chair.
You're going to speak about the same thing you spoke about before.
Yes. I just feel that the gentleman that spoke after me had the opportunity to speak for an extended period of time and address some questions that some of these city council members have, and I just wanted to clarify a couple of those things that were incorrect.
Mr. Dyson, do you have any questions for Ms. Lang?
So I may have been participating in this conversation, and I was telling the group of folks there that there would be another opportunity, and I may have misled you. I guess I'll follow the chair's. What were the quick points you wanted to make?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to clarify. The gentleman that spoke after me said that he hadn't really done any research on the content that was being communicated at these Drag Queen Story Hour programs, which I find to be ironic. I just wanted to let you know that this is a national initiative that's being rolled out throughout the United States as well as internationally. If you take a look at the Drag Queen Story Hour's website, it states specifically, and I quote, "Drag Queen Story Hour is just what it sounds like. Drag queens reading stories to children in libraries, schools, and bookstores. Drag Queen Story Hour captures the imagination and play of the gender fluidity of children and gives kids glamorous, positive, and unabashedly queer role models. In spaces like this, kids are able to see people who defy rigid gender restrictions and imagine a world where people can present as they wish or dress up as real." It's clear that this organization has political ideologies and there's an agenda behind what they're trying to convey to these young children. If this type of program is available to individuals that are of a certain age who have all of their faculties about them, that's one thing. But to introduce these adult themes to children who still aren't able to recite their ABCs or tie their own shoes is not right. As an adult, we are put in a position to protect young children. And I know that you discredited the ACP organization, but I just wanted to point out, although it is a smaller medical organization, it is still comprised of 500 medical professionals that specialize in pediatrics. So although they may disagree with the bigger medical organizations, there is still some thought that needs to be put into what they are saying. In addition, there are other medical organizations that do support the stance of ACP. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. In addition, what I placed before you is an article that was published, and I really would encourage you all to read it.
Ms. Wimhoff, did you have a question?
I have a question, and I asked a gentleman earlier, but I didn't ask him this. Do you know how many story times are available in the Anchorage libraries?
I don't know how many offhand, no, but I know that.
Have you brought your children to any others?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I've participated in many with my nieces and nephews over the years.
Here in the Anchorage area?
Yes.
And recently, or?
Yes, I have an 18-month-old. I haven't brought him into the story time. He would be extremely disruptive.
Yeah,
but when he gets to the point where he would be able to appreciate that, I plan on bringing him to the story hours. But I have been to them with my niece and nephew, who are 3 and 4.
And the reason I'm asking, of course, is that means to me that there's some choices on which story times to choose. Is that correct?
There are story times to choose, yes.
Okay. So as a parent, would you say that it would be within your right to choose which story time you take your child to?
Yes, as a parent, it would be in my right to do that. But just as a gentleman pointed out previously, if I decide or another parent decides to take their child to one of the story times or to the library to check out a book and they're inadvertently introduced to a drag queen, at that point in time, it's really the library that is taking the lead in introducing mature themes to my child when I should be given the right to do that as a parent. In addition to that, again, I think that having clubs and areas for individuals who affiliate themselves with the LGBT community to talk about these things is great. But to do it in a public library and to target specifically children that are the age of 3 and 8 is not right. It is not right. My child is 18 months. My niece and nephew are 3 and 4, and they can't even tie their own shoes or recite their ABCs, and you want somebody to talk to them about gender fluidity? I didn't know what gender fluidity means, but until I started researching this a little bit more. But basically it means, hey, little boy, hey, little girl, it doesn't matter what biologic sex you're born into.
Ma'am,
we're
out of time.
You know what, I'm going to ask this final thing, so I can let you stand there for a moment, but I have a feeling you're going to get cut off after this.
Sure.
So I'm going to follow up with that means that other parents then have a right to choose where they can bring their children that may not agree with you.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Dunbar?
I just wanted to ask real briefly. So you just gave us this, is that right?
Yes, yes.
It says, it uses the term sexual brokenness. Is it your position that LGBT people are, quote, sexually broken?
No, the only reason I brought that article tonight was to show you that the content that's being communicated in some of these Drag Queen Story Hour sessions are extremely biased, and there's a political agenda by it. In fact, in that particular story hour, they make fun of Mike Pence, and they call him a stink bug. That's not right. Is that the kind of material that you guys want to support in this community for young children 3 to 8 years of age? That's not right. Look, I'm a mom. I'm nobody special, but doggone it. At some point, you have to draw a line in the sand, and you have to have some type of moral compass with regards to allowing children to be exposed to this stuff prematurely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think Mike Pence was the stink bug. I reread it today, and I think he was a different character. But just factually, because Pence is there, and you can see his feet when the bunny's hopping along the thing, and then later the stink bug is a different character.
Well, I mean, according to this article, it states.
Well, I can show you the book if you'd like. A Day in the Life of Marlon Bundo, about a bunny, and he gets married.
Well, I wasn't there at this particular program, but according to this organization, which is Family Policy Alliance, they reported on this, and they said, a story in the Day of Life of Marlo Bundo, a parody of a book about a rabbit by Mike Pence's daughter.
Well, I've read the book. I have 3 copies. But so they've got that fact wrong. There's a vice president in there, but then the stink bug is different.
All right, well, I'm sorry that we're disagreeing on who the stink bug was. But at the end of the day, they're vilifying somebody who opposes what the premise of this book is.
Right. He won't let the bunnies get married.
So, Mr. Chair, I just have to clarify then, the premise of the book is what you oppose, and therefore it shouldn't be in the library?
Look, I wasn't there at this particular meeting.
Right.
But according to the Family Policy Alliance, if you'll allow me to read it in its entirety, and I don't know.
No, ma'am, we've already spoken once, spoken again, answered multiple questions.
Okay.
I was just, and we've got your materials.
Okay.
So thank you for your testimony.
And I would encourage you to check out the Drag Queen Story Hour website.
Thanks. No, you've already testified as well.
I understand, sir, but.
No repeat,
Understood. I'd like to talk through the chair. I'd like to speak on a different subject.
You have 3 minutes to talk about whatever you wanted, and you used that 3 minutes. No, you've already used up the 3 minutes on this. Actually, I don't think you used up the whole thing, but.
Might just have just a few seconds.
How much did he?
And it's not on the same subject. It's
No,
a different subject.
you can't come back again. I'm sorry, Mr.
Very
Reno.
good. Thank you.
Any other audience participation? Seeing nobody. I don't see anybody at all. Mr. Haberman, welcome. I'm starting your clock, Mr. Haberman.
Well, let me start it. Hold
No,
a second.
it's my clock.
No,
I started when I want.
No, nice try, nice try. Okay, 1 second. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more likely public interest. I live in the Madison Valley. First, change the subject for a moment, okay, with respect. Later this month, you're scheduled to have a meeting with the Borough Assembly, a joint meeting. I see it's scheduled 11 o'clock. out of sight of the people. Location election center, that's clearly noticed. But I do give you one credit, and the credit is you have a place for public comment, and that's a first in all the years I've seen your bodies connect, and I appreciate that. But I am concerned to remind you is that municipality of Anchorage is the largest populated area in the state. Second now is the Matsu Borough. And you need to connect with the people, and the people need to hear what's said. And having an election center is not the place. It needs to be here in this room at a place where the public can speak to you and you could speak to the public. And stop putting in places where Assembly Ethics Election Committee meetings have held in that room. It's very difficult to hear. So I encourage you to change the agenda in the way that's scheduled for either video, audio for the public at evening time for you two bodies to meet, and let the public speak to you and you speak to the public. Now, before closing, a couple issues. That reference item that did not have a public hearing, that's noted there was a public hearing, but there never was a public hearing, and that was the issue concerning that sexual whatever, harassment, whatever that you had. It was originally on the agenda at a 5 o'clock portion, laid on the table at one meeting in December. You never had a public hearing, and you're showing it, you had a public hearing, but you never did. If you're going to do something, you want to change the law and not adopt a policy without connecting with the people, and you're not doing that at all. Now, let's close with this thing. Now, I do have personal views, and you all have personal views. But the work I do over the years is to reframe my personal views, to ensure that there's a sense of fairness. Even people who I may have deep disagreement of what they say, including members of the Assembly and the public, I will defend their rights of fairness and their right to be treated fairly. And what I see tonight and I see in other evenings is that's not happening. And I know it's hard, because it's hard for me to hear some things that are said at times. But the most important thing is dialogue. We all hear from each other before decisions are made. And show a sense of respect, the members of the governing body with the public and the public with the governing body. And when that is done, a better understanding, and when decisions are made, the public will be more supportive and comfortable with the decision. And that closes my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Pleasure to see you again.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question of the clerk.
Okay, we're in audience participation.
Yeah, but it's on that topic very briefly. So at the work session the other day, it was proposed that we had inappropriately not closed public hearing or didn't take public testimony, but my understanding on this resolution is 11A, that it was the sexual discrimination, sex-based harassment. We didn't have a public hearing on that because that's an internal item. Am I correct in that assumption?
Can I address that question?
Through the
No.
chair.
It wasn't directed at you, Mr. Haberman.
Through the chair, I think the sponsor could probably address that. Mr. Dunbar proposed it, and Mr. Gates could offer you an opinion. I think that the issue that you're looking at is that there's only the category on the agenda, which the clerk's office is responsible. It combines old business and unfinished action on public hearing items.
Right, and so we really didn't have a public hearing scheduled for that item and then just run over it. It just wasn't there. Was never for public hearing. Correct?
Mr. Constant, can I complete audience participation? Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Any other audience participation? Thank you. Seeing none, audience participation is closed. We'll get you an answer to that question. I think because what we're talking about is our own internal policy, it doesn't need, but it could have. People could tell us. Anyway, we'll find out. That finally gets us to the Weddleton section of the agenda. Assembly comments, Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry, I had questions for Mary Jo Torgerson, who
Yep.
happens to be here. Also,
He's here.
ironically, we're talking about people dressing up in the library, and today I got back the Jedi costume and the Thor costume that our chair and vice chair
Which had a wig,
recently. So there's all kind of dressing up in this. No one do me wrong. I have my lightsaber. So, Mary Jo, could I just a couple background questions? Is that all right, Chair?
I'd also like Elizabeth Nicolai to help out with some of
Okay,
these.
so years ago, I took my kids here, and it was Lapsit. Do you still call it that with the story time?
We renamed it to be Toddler Time. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Elizabeth Nicolai. I'm the Youth Services Coordinator for our library system. Drag Story Time is an event that happened under my department direction as department head and under my personal supervision. So,
The footnote, former municipal employee of the year.
thank you, Supervisor of the Year.
So I just want, I mean, how many story times do you have? How are they noticed? Do people have a fair chance to say, I don't like that story, I'm not going to come? I read The Hungry Caterpillar 1,000 times, never again?
Absolutely. We have 650 story times a year. We have our weekly story times, which tend to be broken up roughly by age. Baby story time, which would be appropriate for Ms. Perkins' 18-month-old. We have, or Ms. Lang's 18-month-old. We have toddler story time, preschool story time, and family story time for all ages. Drag story time, we do use the term drag story time instead of drag queen story hour, which is a national brand that we are not using. Drag story time does not happen during a regularly scheduled story time. So if you are used to coming to toddler time on Wednesday at 10:30, you will never walk in and there will be a drag queen. Drag queen story time always happens at a separate time and is a specially advertised program. We also do Spanish bilingual, Yupik bilingual, American Sign Language interpreted sensory story time, which is designed for children with sensory processing disorders, such as autism or fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. Music story time, science story time, and I am books and blocks story time where you can build blocks while you listen, and I am forgetting some others.
Can I do biblical story time?
We have a couple of different ways. You can just always rent the room and, do that within the room if you choose to rent it. You may also, we have a, on our website where it says APL events, it has a suggest an event. You can send an email through that, and that gets directed to the correct department head for story time. It would be for me. And we have a proposal form. All programs go through that, and we evaluate all of our partnered programs. Drag Queen Storytime is considered a partnered program since we partner with an outside agency. All partnered programs and all library programs are considered in light of our strategic plan, community interest, and other professional standards, and then we evaluate through that method.
Have you ever had a Bible?
I've never had a formalized request for one.
And the room that this is in, is it out in the middle of is it a closed room or is it out in the middle of the stacks?
It's an enclosed room.
This is under Mr. Weddleton's assembly commons.
Can I follow up just?
Yes, you may.
So if someone said, I want to read from the Bible, would they be treated on an equal footing with someone who said, I want to do drag story time?
Yes. As I said, we have a program policy that is actually in front of our library advisory board tomorrow for approval to make sure that we are considering all programs equally and fairly.
Good, thank you.
It's an odd use of assembly comments, but Mr. Dunbar.
Oh, that was my comments?
Well,
There was a
it
question
wasn't much
about
of one, but yeah. We are under assembly comments.
Said enough today, thank you.
Mr. Dunbar, thank you both.
Shoot, I had something and now I forgot what it was. Sean, you got me derailed.
You want me to come back to you?
Yeah, please come back to me.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to let all the members know that I won't be at the January 29th meeting, which I'm really disappointed about because of the bond aspect of it, but I'm not disappointed because my wife Stephanie and I will be in Mexico. We made plans months ago to do this, and there's a special event, so we can't change it.
Congratulations.
Well, we're not getting married or anything. We already did that.
Well, on the Mexico trip. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So much to say, but I'll hold off, so no comments tonight.
You're
Mr. Chair,
wonderful.
Can you come back to me briefly?
You're there? Good. Mr.
Yes,
Dunbar has
thank
recovered.
you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to briefly address what Mr. Constant had said about the item and regarding Mr. Haberman's comments. So the kind of item is not the kind of it's not the kind of item we typically do public testimony on, or where I think public testimony would be appropriate. At the time I put it forward, I was the chair of the assembly, and I could have done it just by issuing the policy. But I felt that it was sufficiently important that we should have a discussion internal within the assembly. But it's not the kind of thing, because it's a resolution. Resolutions typically don't have, in special cases we have done it, but typically we do not do public testimony. And so that's why it didn't happen. Wasn't unusual. It was, the only thing that was unusual actually is there was more public participation in the sense that I didn't just issue it as a decree, that we had the elected representatives of the public actually have a chance to debate it. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, on that same topic, I got a chance to confer with the clerk and wanted to further clarify that Section 11 in our agenda, which states old business and unfinished action on public hearing items, that I believe Mr. Haberman had the assumption that because it says public hearing items, that all the items under that part of the agenda had a public hearing, and in fact that is not the case. This 11 has two different parts to it. It has old business, which is one set of items, and unfinished action on public hearing items, which is a second set of items. So this resolution was in fact under the old business category, which did not have a public hearing item. So in fact the clerk did the correct thing and put it under 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to let the people know that the reason we're meeting with the Matsu Borough at the Election Center is because they've asked for a tour of the Election Center after the meeting. And they've heard so many good things about it, they want to actually see it in person. And so that's why we're meeting down there. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to Mary Jo Torgerson, who's here, and the fact that our librarians in this public library is the one place that the public is allowed to come, period, full stop, as long as you're not creating harm. And that's a hard place to be, because there's so many damn interests in this town that are diverging and coming from all different angles, that oppose each other, that support each other, that faction together. And I, for one, am extraordinarily grateful that this place exists, because it gives people a place to be. Thank you.
Ms. Wemha.
Thank you. I am going to keep this short, but I also agree that the library is an amazing place to be. I just wish the People Mover had a bus stop here.
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, these discussions are fascinating. The gender fluidity issue is interesting, but my confusion has to do with the agenda fluidity, which seems to me to have been moving very rapidly after the last day and a half or two. And I had made some other plans, so I'll be at a portion of today's meetings. I'm going to try to make most of Thursdays, and ain't nothing going to be I'm going to on Friday. I hope I'll be miles into the wilderness and 4 or 5 feet of new snow and so on. So I'm making my best effort to deal with the agenda fluidity, which I find challenging.
I hear you, and trying to conform to your norms. If members want to think about, we've traditionally had Friday afternoons when work sessions are first scheduled. And if people want to suggest that that was a poor idea and that there are other days, I'd love to hear it. So with that, at the end, this meeting is adjourned.